All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, everyone. It's marvelous to see you all here. If this is your first time joining our webinar, we are very happy to welcome you. And if you're here for the umpteenth time, it's our greatest pleasure to welcome you back in our last event of the 2021 English Education Study Program, Faculty of Education, University of Jember webinar series. So this is our last webinar series of this year. For this international webinar entitled Teaching Writing for Teacher Candidates, Strengthening Curricular Framework, we have invited our stupendous speakers for the day just for you. We have Dr. Willy Arenandia from Nanyang National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. We also have Mr. Van Gabriel Fang, PhD from Santo University, China. And we also have Mr. Agus De Prianto, SSM Call from ITEL, Indonesia. And Mr. Bambang Suharjito, MED, our beloved colleagues from University of Jember. The Honorable Chairman of the Language and Art Departments, Bapak Anurofik, and the Head of English Language Study Program, Ibu Eka Wahyuningsih. Thank you very much for all the help needed during the process in running the webinar series that we have since the start of the semester. And we are also expecting for your future guidance for sometime next year. All praise is given to God Almighty that we are allowed to hold this webinar to share knowledge and information about how teaching writing should be done. All right, as a master of ceremony, I am Mutiara Bilkis. I'm going to guide you for today's. So let me tell you what we are going to have for today, this morning. This is the first is the opening. And after this, we are going to listen to the national anthem and sing it together. And then it is followed by the opening speech and remark from the head of the department. And then afterwards, we will have the praying. And we come to the main session, that is the presentation, which includes the question and answer session. All right. And if you're new to our webinars and you're wondering when you will get the link to the certificate, please rest assured, because we are definitely going to give you that by the end of the webinar. So please sit comfortably in your chair, enjoy the webinar, take some notes. You may have a cup of coffee or two, or maybe a light snacks with you. All right. Without further ado, let's start with the first agenda. Before we have the welcoming speech from the head of the department, we are going to sing the national anthem and the hymn of University of Jember. So dear audience, would you please place your right hand on your chest and sing along while you are muted. Pak Rizky, would you please help me with the task? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Rizky. Okay, next is the welcoming speech and the opening remark from our head of the department. Pak Anurafik, time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Bilkis. Could you hear my voice?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillah, assalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, la hawla wa la quwata illa billah. My very best greetings to Pak Willy Renandia from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Hello, Pak Willy, how are you?
Pak, good morning to you.
Okay, good morning. Nice to see you again.
Same here.
Okay.
Always a pleasure.
Pleasure. Okay. My very best greetings also goes to Fan Gabriel Fang, PhD from Santau University, China. Pak Agus D. Prayitno, SS MCall from ITEL Association. And he is also a lecturer at University 11 Maret, Indonesia. My best greeting goes to Pak Bambang Suharjito, my beloved colleague from University of Jember, Indonesia. My sincere greetings to all participants of this international webinar, teacher educators, school teachers, teacher candidates, and other groups of people interested in this topic from Indonesia, overseas. We have around 100 participants in the Zoom meeting. Today's international webinar takes a topic of teaching writing for teacher candidates, strengthening curricular framework. Ladies and gentlemen, this pandemic, which has been around for more than 1.5 years, now challenges us as teachers of English as a foreign language. The way we teach, the way we communicate, the way we interact with our students change to a great extent. And writing seems to have greater portion in our communication compared to that of the normal time before we had the pandemic. Students write more to accomplish assignments of the courses they are attending. So, ladies and gentlemen, today's topic, I believe, will be very interesting. We would like to listen to and get some ideas on the teaching of writing from the remarkable speakers, Pak Willy, Fang, Pak Agus, and Pak Suharjito. Not to take much of your time, so let us make ourselves comfortable on our seat. Last but not least, in this occasion, I would like to thank the committee who have prepared this international webinar, Bu Eka and the team. And as the committee asked me to officially open this webinar by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the webinar will be started very soon. And I hope that this webinar will run well and we could reap benefits from all the presentation and the discussion. I think that's all I need to say. Thank you. Back to Bu Bilkis. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Pak Nur, for the speech and the opening remarks for our webinar. All right, everyone. Now, before we come to the main session for today's webinar, let's all pray together so that this program is blessed and run without any obstacles. So I would like to invite Pak Rizky to lead the prayer.
Well, okay, thank you so much. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin this webinar, I would like to lead this prayer by using Islamic version. For those who have different religion, you may use your own version. I'm so sorry. Well, okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So before we begin our webinar, I will lead the prayer by using Islamic version. And for those who have different religion, you may use your own version. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin. حمدا يعافيه ويكافئ مزيده يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلالك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل محمد. ربي زدني علما وارزقني فهما. ربي زدني علما وارزقني فهما. ربي زدني علما وارزقني فهما. ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحانك ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Thank you, and I will pass the floor to Bu Bilkis.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Rizky, for leading the prayer. All right, everyone, now we finally come to the session that you are all waiting for, and the presentations of the speakers. And for the first presentation, we are going to have Pak Willy as the first presenter. Then the second will be Mr. Fang. And the third will be with Mr. Agus, and the last with our colleague, beloved colleague, Bapak Bambang Soeharjito. For the first presentation, we are going to have Bu Eka Wahyuningsih as the moderator. Bu Eka and Pak Willy, time is yours.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Bilkis. Yeah. Good morning, Pak Willy.
Morning.
Yeah.
Good
Bapak
morning.
Ibu, before coming into Pak Willy's presentation, let me read Pak Willy's biodata, short biodata. So Pak Willy Renandia is a language teacher education with extensive teaching experience in Asia. And he currently teaches applied linguistics courses at the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. And he is a frequent, as all we know, Pak Willy is a frequent plenary speaker at international ELT conferences. And he has also published extensively in the area of second language education. And his publications, some of his publications are Language Teaching Methodology and Anthology of Current Practice, which was published by Cambridge University Press, and Student-Centered Cooperative Learning, which was published by Springer International. And he also maintains a very large language teacher professional development forum, which is called Teacher Voices in Facebook, I think. So if you want to know further about Pak Willy's articles and other publications, perhaps you can go to Pak Willy's blog and also to Teacher Voices in Facebook. So Bapak Ibu, without further ado, I think now we come to Pak Willy's presentation. Pak Willy, time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ibu Eka, Pak Rafiq, Ibu Mutiara, and colleagues from Jember, and also ladies and gentlemen. Pak Agus, hey, hello Pak Agus, from ITEL as well. Always gives me a great pleasure to be here with colleagues from Indonesia, teachers and students. It's very nice to see familiar faces in the audience. And today my presentation is about writing. It's a very, very important, very interesting topic. But before I present about writing, let me just say one or two sentences about my university. You may have heard about the university. It's located in Singapore. It's a very good university. And what is important is that this university is approved by the Indonesian government. So if you are interested in applying for a scholarship, then this is one of the universities that you may want to be applying for. And I belong to the School of Education, and locally it's called the National Institute of Education. It's the best teacher education institution in Singapore, not the world, but in Singapore. This is the only teacher education institution in Singapore. So if you want to become a teacher, teaching in a public school in Singapore, you have to study with us. There are no other places where you can, get your teacher certification. And we've got a lot of programs. I think these two programs will be of interest to many of you in the audience. Yeah. And if you are successful in getting a scholarship from LPDP, that means all expenses are paid for by the government of Indonesia, completely free for you. You don't have to spend a single cent to study in Singapore. Why Singapore and not the US and not Australia? The reason is very simple. Singapore is so near and you don't have to travel very far. And every week you can always go back to Solo or to Yogyakarta or to Surabaya almost every week. There's a direct, this a direct flight from Singapore to almost all major cities in Indonesia. And there's no culture shock as well. The food is just very much like what you normally have in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, today's topic again is about writing. Yeah, I'm going to work with you very slowly, sometimes also very fast, but please stop me if I speak too fast, on how we can all develop, students, teachers, everyone, how we can all develop our writing ability, our writing competence in a second language. But the ideas that I'm presenting are also applicable if you want to improve your ability to write in Bahasa Indonesia. Now, this is interesting because I've heard a lot of concerns from teachers and from many language educators that our students are not very good in writing, even in writing their own, using their own language. So hopefully the ideas that I'm presenting here will be useful for you when you write in Bahasa Indonesia or in Bahasa Inggris or in Bahasa Jawa or in any other languages. Now here is my plan. All good plans come in three. So today I'm going to share with you three major points. The first one is to give you motivation, basically. The benefits of writing, why people need to write on a daily basis. And number two, something that I'm sure you all want to know is, why is writing so difficult? Why is writing so hard? Why don't we have a lot more people in Indonesia spending time writing, maybe also reading and writing? We all enjoy speaking, yeah, talking, speaking, chatting, socializing. But when it comes to reading and writing, we sort of, that can wait. Maybe next week, maybe next year. But today I'm going to try to motivate you, to try to convince you that writing is not very, very difficult. And finally, I will share with you some ideas about how we can all develop our writing abilities, our writing competence. Let me begin with the benefits. What are the benefits of writing? Many. Here are some. Yeah, surprise, surprise. Writing actually helps you think more clearly. Writing helps you generate more ideas. And more importantly, when you are feeling down, when you have a lot of problems, when you are feeling frustrated about COVID-19, about family problems, about teaching problems, then writing can help you actually sort things out. Because when you write, you can actually see what you think on a piece of paper, maybe on the computer. And sometimes we feel very stressed out. We feel very unhappy because there's a lot of things that we have in our head. And these things seems to be so complicated, so complex. It makes it difficult for us to really think straight. But the moment you write these things down on a piece of paper, you can see more clearly. And then you can also make good decisions after that. Yeah, the same thing when you encounter a lot of teaching problems. You know, the problems may be very, very complex, but the moment you sit maybe together with your friends and write down all the problems that you may, have encountered with your students, you can start thinking about prioritizing the problems. You might want to start thinking about how the problems, should be solved today, maybe tomorrow, or maybe the day after. In other words, writing can help you think more clearly and more systematically. And hopefully, when you can think clearly, you can solve problems clearly as well. Yeah. Now, this idea is very, very general. It is applicable to anything that you have in your life, family life, student, relationship with you, and any other problems that you have. Yeah, writing things down is the first step that you may want to do in order to understand yourself, in order to understand what you are having, what you are experiencing, and what you're thinking on what you're feeling as well. This one is for all of us. Writing is good. Yeah. I know that talking is good as well. Listening is good as well, but writing has a very, very special benefit. More importantly for us, language teachers, is the language benefits, the linguistic benefits of writing. What are some of the benefits? It enriches your vocabulary and grammar. Yeah, reading, understanding, seeing words, and understanding these words and these sentences in a reading passage is good. But when you try to translate these ideas into your own writing, I think it can help you further expand, further enrich your ability to express yourself more clearly, using more accurate vocabulary, using more relevant vocabulary, and also using more appropriate grammatical structures. Yeah, I know writing is not easy, but if you keep doing it, you will be surprised that your language ability also improves a great deal. It helps you write more clearly and also coherently as well. When your students complain, when you complain about your students, for example, their writing is difficult to understand, it's probably because they haven't done enough writing practice. Yeah, if you do it regularly, I think you'll be able to write more clearly and you'll be able to write more coherently. And that's what I do every day, basically. I write almost every day. Maybe a few sentences, sometimes a paragraph, sometimes I write in the social media. And I find that my writing improves a great deal. I write more clearly and I write more coherently as well. Surprise, surprise, writing also enhances your overall language skills. If you are able to write well, chances are higher that you'll be able to speak well as well. And you'll be able to read with greater comprehension as well. So roughly, these are the benefits which I think are very important for us language educators. Yeah. Let me now move on to the main issue, which is why is writing so hard? If I were to ask you, Ibu Emilia, the 4 skills here, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, which one is the most difficult?
Yeah, of course, to me, writing.
Writing is the most difficult, yes. Well, interestingly, if you ask students at the beginning level of proficiency, they will tell you that all these skills are equally difficult. Yeah, listening is difficult, speaking is difficult, reading is difficult, writing is difficult. Is that good news or bad news? Mutiara, is that good news or bad news? It's good news, because then you get to continue to teach. and get paid monthly for your salary. If everything is so easy, then the students will not need us teachers. Yeah, but you're right. Writing is probably one of the most difficult skills of the 4 language skills. Let me share with you a typical performance of international students who take the TOEFL, the IELTS test, and who want to study overseas. When you go overseas, before you go overseas, you have to show evidence of your English language proficiency. And usually either IELTS or TOEFL are required. What I have here is a typical graph of international students' IELTS scores. The average score that is required is usually about 7. Yeah, if your average score is 7, then usually universities will be happy to accept you, to consider your application favorably. But if you look at the individual scores of the 4 skills in TOEFL, like speaking, reading, writing, and listening, then what you see is usually something like this. Like that. Listening is very high. It happens everywhere. Doesn't matter whether the applicants are from Indonesia, from China, or from other places. The reading score is also usually very high. The speaking is slightly lower, and the lowest, the blue one, is writing. And in some universities, especially big, reputable universities, they require that your writing score is at least 7. If your writing score is below 7, then they may actually reject your application, although the performance on the other skills are very good. Reason very clear, because when you do your S2 or S3 in an international university, you need to spend a lot of time writing, and you are examined on your ability to write, to put together ideas in your thesis or in your S3 dissertation. Yeah, so writing seems to be one of the most challenging skills, even for those who have acquired a very high level of proficiency in the English language. Now let's look at the reasons why. Why is writing so hard? Now this question is for Ibu Eka. No, it's for us to discuss together, not for Ibu Eka. It's like a quiz now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think writing is difficult because we don't like writing, because I do believe that we are going to be good at writing when we are writing something.
That's true. Yes. Yes, but from a linguistic perspective, writing is particularly difficult because the audience is not in front of you. The usual situational or contextual clues are not there. You cannot use gesture, you cannot use your facial expressions when you write. In other words, you have to express everything in words, in sentences, and so on. In speaking, things are easier because you can always use your gestures. Yeah. If you don't understand, you can just do this. Yeah. If you don't know, how a word, if you're looking for a word and you don't know what the word is, you can always use gesture to express your ideas. But that's not the case in writing. Writing is, so to speak, context independent. The context is not always there. It's not as available. It's not as rich as the context that we usually find in speaking. The other one is this: the structure and the organization is also very rigid. There is some flexibility, but usually, especially in academic writing, it's kind of fixed. You have to follow certain rules, certain conventions, certain organization. You need to write in full sentences. You need to write in paragraphs, for example. You need to have a beginning. You need to have idea development. You need to have a conclusion and things like that. The structure is very rigid. In speaking, that's not the case. Yeah, you can go back and forth, as I was saying, yesterday, and then you can continue talking without any problem, in confusing the people that you are speaking to. And because of that, in writing, you need to use a lot of text signals. You need to provide sort of traffic lights for the readers to signal that, hey, this is what my first paragraph is all about. And in my second paragraph, I'm going to talk about this. You have to tell the audience first. You need to use words like in addition to. You need to use words like, as a result. You need to use words like however, and many other text signals in order to provide guidance to the readers so that your readers don't get lost when reading your piece of essay. Another one is that the language tends to be formal and of the standard variety. Now, this is very important because these are the kind of words that we don't usually use on a daily basis. So instead of the word look at, which is very common in speaking, in writing, people tend to use the word examine, especially in academic writing. You use the word examine, investigate, explore, and many other similar words that we don't usually use on a daily basis. To put up with, for example, is very common in daily conversation. But in writing, I think you need to use a different word, a word that is more formal, like tolerate. And there are many examples of this. Now, these are things that make writing particularly difficult for us and also for our students. Now, here's a few more. In writing, usually we have to write longer sentences and also use a bit more complex sentences. You don't have to, but usually that's the expectation. Yep. Although I myself, I enjoy writing using short and easy sentences. And when it comes to academic writing, there's another major consideration, that is the content. You need to have the content. If the content is very thin, then the quality of your essay is not considered up to standard. So academic writing becomes really difficult because you have to think about the content, and you have to think about the language, and you have to think about the organization as well. And because of that, writing is often seen as being an activity, a task that is very slow, very tedious, very laborious, and mentally very tiring, mentally taxing as well. So no wonder students, people, you, me, we usually don't like writing. Yeah. So again, in summary, why is writing difficult? Lack of knowledge, Ibu Made, lack of skill, lack of motivation, lack of practice. What is the answer?
Lack of practice.
Lack of practice? Or number one?
All.
All of the above. Okay, all of the above. Okay, yes. Now we have seen that writing can be very beneficial, can be very useful. It helps us think more clearly. And if you do it on a regular basis, I think you'll be able to develop your writing skills eventually. But we have also seen that writing is so hard because of the way writing is usually done. Yeah, there's a lot of conventions, there's a lot of rules and things like that. What I'm going to do now is to share with you some ideas about how we can all develop our writing skills, all of us without exception. Yeah. Okay, let me show you this. This is a picture of somebody on the left-hand side, a student, an apprentice, and another person, the master. You know, somebody who is very good at doing what he or she is doing. Usually what happens in this situation is what? The master is teaching the apprentice, the students, you know, the trick of the trade, if you like. If it is baking, then the apprentice needs to see, you know, on a daily basis how the master is doing it, what ingredients, everything that needs to be done in order to produce a very nice piece of bread, for example. The same thing with painting. Yeah, many years ago, the apprenticeship model is very, very popular. Even now, if you go to Bali, for example, if you look at the you know, the guy who is very good at, what do you call that? Sculpture. Apa namanya di Bali itu? Yeah, wood carving. Yes, yes. You need to learn from a master, and you need to spend maybe 1 year, maybe 2 years in order to learn the trick of the trade. Now, this model of learning is known as the apprenticeship model of learning. It happens something like this. Dari stepnya, procedurenya, an apprentice learning how to become, you know, somebody who is very good at doing something, maybe painting, maybe singing, maybe sculpting, maybe wood carving, or maybe cooking, anything. The starting point is always modeling. Yeah, a student, an apprentice needs to see a lot of model like that. Usually somebody providing that model. And then the second step is for the apprentice, for the students to do a lot of imitation, imitating, copying. Yeah. The next step is known as approximating. In other words, developing, progressing, becoming more like the master. And eventually the apprentice, the students can become a master of the craft. So this is usually the steps, the stages of people who want to learn a skill. And writing is a skill. And we have to follow, we have to go through the same stages of skill development. First, see a lot of models. Second, imitating. But the word imitating is a bad word in education now. Imitating means like copying, and copying is a bad thing. What I'm saying today is copying is a very good thing. At the early stage of learning, that is the best thing that you can do. You copy, you imitate what the masters are doing. But the thing is, at some point, you need to go beyond that. You can't just keep copying. If you are at your stage now and you are still copying, that is called plagiarizing, and that is a very bad thing. But at the early stage, copying is unavoidable. But slowly and gradually, you become more similar in your writing to the master. And eventually, you are able to write on your own, to develop your own style of writing. Yeah. Now, if you want something more substantial, now here is a piece of advice from a very well-known writing author. And that's the name of the book, On Writing Well. It's one of the best-selling books on writing in the world. And the book has sold like millions of copies. And this is the advice of the author. And I'm going to read this to you very, very slowly so that you can really appreciate what the person is trying to say here. Writing is learned by imitation. Remember the apprentice model? Yeah, sama. The idea is the same here. If anyone asks me, the author, how I learned to write, I would say I learn by reading. That's modeling, yeah? I need to see a model. I learned by reading the men and women who were doing the kind of writing that I wanted to do and trying to figure out how they did it. In a very simple language, if I want to write like Gabriel Fang, for example, Gabriel Fang somewhere here, if I want to be able to write like him, because I think he is a very good writer, he has published a lot, what I need to do is I would download all of his publications, his books, his book chapters, his articles, and I would then read them very carefully, modeling. And initially, maybe I will copy, I will imitate how he writes. And slowly and gradually, I will develop my own style of writing. Are you with me on that? Yeah. So the idea is pretty straightforward. Yeah. Okay. Now, here is what I want to share with you now. There are 4 things that we can do, or we can help our students to do in order to develop their writing skills, all the way from modeling to developing their own style of writing. The 4 things here begin with, number 1, reading, number 2, reading, number 3, writing, and number 4, writing. But each time it's a different kind of reading. Each time it's a different kind of writing. Please do not get confused because the words can be a bit confusing, yeah? So I'm going to slow down a little bit. So step number 1 is read like a reader. Step number 2, read like a writer. Don't worry too much if you are not very clear at this point. And 3 is write like a reader. And the last one is write like a writer. Yeah, so one at a time. This is the first one. What does it mean when we say you have to read like a reader? Remember the apprenticeship model? This is the modeling stage. Remember the modeling stage? You need to see a lot of models. And the best model for writing is reading. Because in reading, you get to see a lot of words, you get to see a lot of sentences, you get to see a lot of textual organization, you get to see a lot of interesting things that you will later need to use when you start writing. Okay, so the key thing to remember is this. What does it mean when you read like a reader? Basically, you read for general information. Number 2, you read for enjoyment. And if you do that, chances are higher that you'll be reading a lot. You'll be receiving, you'll be seeing a lot of model, basically, model text. Read different types of text. Yeah, and more practically, spend time 20, 30 minutes a day reading. For how long? I think I will ask Bu Mutiara now. For how long? What is the answer? For how long?
Forever.
Forever, exactly. You need to read and read and read and read and read. There's no other way. This is the modeling stage. Now, this is good whether you are learning how to write in Bahasa Indonesia or in Bahasa Inggris. The same thing. This is the starting point. This is the modeling stage. For how long? Forever. Very good. And what do you get from reading? Very important again. What do you get from reading? What are the benefits of reading? Again, there's sort of benefits, the linguistic benefits, the cognitive benefits, and also the affective benefits. The language benefits, your vocabulary develop, your words become much, much richer. You learn to know a lot of new words, and you also learn to know how these words are actually used in a variety of contexts. Very, very rich. Not just a word that the teachers explain in the classroom. This word means this. That is not very useful. It's okay, but not extremely useful. But when the students see the words used by different authors to express a variety of meaning in different situations, that is pragmatically very, very rich. And that is the kind of things that you need to learn from your reading. Your grammar also develop a great deal. You get to see a lot of textual structure, text organizations. The thinking benefit is also very clear. As you read, your mind also works very hard. You make predictions, you sort of guess meanings from context, you synthesize the information, you predict, you do all sort of thinking in order for you to comprehend what the text is all about. And along the way, you also acquire a lot of content. The content here is known as knowledge. And knowledge is extremely, extremely important. Yeah. If you have very small knowledge, then it's really difficult for you to read text written by other people from different parts of the world. Because chances are you won't understand the context, you won't have sufficient prior knowledge about, about places, about history, and about many other things. So if you read a great deal, your knowledge increases a great deal, and your ability to comprehend also increases a great deal. And finally, reading is such an enjoyable activity. Yeah. If you find the kind of book that you enjoy reading, I think that is what you get. You get a lot of pleasure out of it. You get a lot of enjoyment as well. Yeah. Now, this is again a very good quotation from one of the top scholars in English language teaching. And this is what he says. Again, I'm going to read this very slowly. Yeah. When enough reading is done. The keyword here is enough. When enough reading is done, all the necessary grammatical structures and discourse rules for writing will automatically be presented to the writer in sufficient quantity. Now, I hope you can see the link here between what I said earlier and what I'm saying now. Okay? But of course, you want some evidence, right? Is there really evidence that reading is very good, very useful for writing? Here, it's a real person, it's a real example. I know the person. I met her some years back when I was in Vietnam. She's not Chinese, she is Vietnamese. They're different, yeah? I used to go to Vietnam a lot. And when I told them, hey, you look very Chinese, they were very unhappy. No, we're not Chinese, we are Vietnamese. They look similar, but they're different. Now, I met this girl, she is a teacher. Teaching in a university in one of those universities in Vietnam. I met her in a workshop, and I was very, very impressed by her ability to express herself clearly in speaking. So I interviewed her, I had a chat with her, and I asked her how she was able to develop a high level of English language proficiency. And what he said was this: I read a lot. I read English a lot. I started reading when I was younger, when I was in secondary school. And she also said, you know something, Pak Willy? I was going to take the IELTS test because I wanted to apply for admission into a master's program in a university overseas. And I told her, no, you don't need to take the IELTS test. I can tell you right now, what your IELTS test will be. So I told her, you are at least IELTS 8. At least, that's the word, at least IELTS 8. She did not believe me. She went ahead and she signed up for the test, and she paid like $200 to take the test. She got the result. What did she get? 8.5. She got 8.5 on the IELTS test. So I was only slightly incorrect. Not incorrect because I said at least 8. And this is what she said that impresses me a lot. Yeah. This is a sentence that you have to memorize, because I'm going to come back here next year and I'm going to ask you if you remember this sentence. This is a real sentence, yeah? A real sentence said by a real person, a language teacher from Vietnam. Reading makes reading easier, and reading makes writing easier. Now, the key word here is easier. She is not saying it's easy. No, it's easier than before. And that to me is very important. Yeah. So we're done. So step number 1 is read like a reader. Remember, yeah? Do not get confused now. Number 1 usually is easy. When we get to number 3, then you start to begin to feel a bit confused. Number 2 is read like a writer, also known as writerly reading. What does it mean? Read like a writer. Reading like a writer means that you want to learn from your reading, you want to see the words, the sentences, you want to remember the words and the sentences and the way the information is organized, so that later when you write, you can use this. Because when you read like a reader, your focus is on understanding. Your focus is on the meaning of the text. Your mind is very busy trying to work out the meaning, the big ideas of the reading materials. Yeah. If you stop there, then your writing will probably not improve a great deal. So the next step is very important. Read like a writer. In other words, after you finish reading, you stop and then read again and start paying attention. Hey, that's how the author starts the first sentence. Hey, the writer is using the present tense here and not the past tense. Hey, look, the writer moves on to the second paragraph. Hey, look, that's how the writer concludes the whole discussion. And those are the words that the author is using to conclude the discussion. So essentially, this is the second step, very important. Read like a writer. Read so that you, when you write later, you can learn, you can use all of these language features that you have seen. And when you read like a writer, you also need to pay attention to the purpose. You need to pay attention to the audience. Hey, that piece of writing is for what? For what purpose? That piece of writing is for who? For young children, for older kids, for the general public? And what is the context? Is it formal? Is it informal? Is it academic text? And things like that. And finally, what are some of the language features that I need to pay attention to? So the key point here is paying attention. And the big word in language, teaching professional literature is noticing. You need to notice. If you don't notice, you will not remember. And when you start writing, you get into big trouble because you can't make use of what the language features that you saw in the reading that you did earlier on. Yeah. Now here is an example. Let's say that you read a piece of information, written information, and that piece of information is a recount. Then you need to slow down and you need to start paying attention to the organization, how a recount is organized. Usually it begins with an orientation, and then it continues with a description of a sequence of events, and finally it ends with a conclusion. That is usually the structure. And then on the right-hand side, you see a number of language features. Again, you need to pay attention to those language features. Otherwise, you won't be able to make use of these features in your writing later on. Here is another example. Yeah. An exposition, a nonfiction text. It has its own structure and it has its own accompanying language features. All right? Okay. This is the key thing. You cannot pay attention to everything in the text. You can't. You can only pay attention to a small number of the features of the text. So when you teach, actually, you don't go about teaching everything to your students. So it's a few things at a time. The key word here is focused noticing. The reason is very simple. We can't pay attention to too many things at the same time. And even if we try that, after one day, we will have forgotten everything. You will not remember. It will not stay in your head for a long time. So focus noticing. Yeah, this is what read like a writer is all about. Let me give you an example. Let's say that you want to write a piece of academic text and you want to begin with the abstract. How do you write an abstract? Again, you need to pay attention. Just reading an abstract for comprehension alone is not enough. After reading it 2 or 3 times, you need to stop. And then the next time round, you need to read it slowly, paying attention to the structure, to the language that is used in producing an abstract. Now, writing an abstract is easy for me. Easy because I've done it many, many times. I know how to go about doing it. And I'm not surprised when people who are very proficient, very good, very competent in the English language are not able to write an abstract. Not because they're not smart, it's because they have not done this step. Reading like a writer. Here. Yeah, if you read an abstract, an academic abstract, usually it has the following feature, the following structure. Yeah. Now, when you slow down, when you step back a little bit, when you start thinking and paying attention, then you will find out that, oh, I see, that is how an abstract is usually organized. And once you have seen this, things become easy. And the next thing for you to do is to pay attention to the language that is used in the abstract. And there's a great resource out there that will help you see and borrow, actually, a lot of phrases, a lot of examples of how authors, experienced writers write their abstract. This is from the Academic Phrase Bank. And here are some examples of the kind of language that is used in the abstract. Usually they start, the first sentence in the abstract usually starts something like this. In recent years, there's been an increasing interest in the use of technology in education. Usually something broad like that. Yeah, sometimes they will say something like recent developments in technology have heightened the need for the use for the increasing use of technology in education. Sometimes they use something like the last 2 decades have seen a growing trend towards the teaching of writing in high school, for example. Yeah, and like that. The phrasing, the wording is usually something like this. Next. When writing an abstract, you also need to inform the readers that there is something that you want to contribute. And you say something like, currently, there are no data on how students learn in the blended learning environment, for example. You have to say something like that. Very little is currently known about something. Research to date has not yet determined, and so on. What is not clear is the impact of X on Y. Yeah. So the language actually is there. It's not something that is so difficult. You just need to see this and pay attention, and then later use this in your own writing. So that is step number 2. Remember step number 1, Pumutiara? Step number 1 is read like a reader. And step number 2 is read like
a writer.
A writer. Are we clear so far?
Yes.
Yeah. This is what modeling is all about. Modeling and paying attention. Modeling and noticing. The first two steps are very, very important. As I continue my presentation, think about how things are usually done in the classroom, in your teaching. Is this what you do in the classroom? The answer is probably not quite there yet. Not quite there yet, yeah? Okay, the next one is write like a reader. What does it mean? Write like a reader. When you write, usually you are so busy paying attention to the content, to the language, that you are not really aware of the audience. It looks like you are writing actually for yourself. Yes, everything is clear to me. Now I'm ready to send it for submission. That usually is not enough. I think the next step when you start writing is to learn how to pay more attention to the audience. Who is your audience? Can they follow my arguments? Yeah. Is my writing clear to them? Clear to me, yes, but it may not be clear for Bu Eka, for Bu Mutiara, or for people in Japan. So that is the next step. Write like a reader. So sometimes you need to put yourself not just as a writer, but as a reader. If you can't do that, if you can't take the role, of a reader, then you need somebody to help you. That is called peer feedback. That is called peer reading. And that is how you can develop your writing. Because now you are taking the position, not just as a writer, but also as a reader. So that your writing becomes clearer, your writing becomes more coherent. It's known as readerly writing. Yeah. Remember, your first draft is very, very bad. You have to admit that. No first drafts are good. The first draft is always very bad. Even the first draft by the top writers in the world, it's always horrible. The language is poor, the style is poor, and the text may not be very coherent, and more importantly, it's not reader-friendly. Not ready, but reader, not reader-friendly. That's what the first draft is all about. Oh, by the way, let me ask you this. Who was created first, man or woman? Man or woman? Come on, very simple question. Man or woman?
Tricky question.
No, man or woman? Who was created first? Bu Mutiara, say it quickly. Man.
Man.
So, yeah, man is a first draft, yeah?
Adam.
So God, yes, that's the first draft. And God was not happy when he saw the first draft. So he created women. And women is the second draft. And the second draft is always better than the first draft.
Yeah,
now, after the talk, you'll remember that women are better than men, yeah? Okay.
Women is always right, sir.
Absolutely, yes. That's why women are created, because they are better than men. Yes. So the first draft is always not very good, yeah? The first draft is always horrible. So it's the same thing with writing. Writing is revising because you want a better draft. You want an improved draft. Revise your first draft, revise your second draft, keep revising. Revising. If this is difficult for you to understand, I think you just need to start writing and you will understand what it means. That revising is writing. When I write a paper, I usually revise and keep revising maybe 5 times, maybe 10 times, until eventually I am happy. And then I send the final draft to the publisher. So keep in mind, writing is revising. And writing like a reader is writing for the real audience. Now, this is very important because in the classroom, when the students write, they write for themselves and they write for the teacher only. Yeah, and they know exactly the teachers are always looking for mistakes. So you need to be very careful. You need to write, as accurately as possible, because that is what the teachers are concerned about. The teachers are usually not very concerned about the content. But in real life, both the content is important and the language is important. Your job, again, is to provide opportunities for students to write for a real audience. And nowadays, with technology being available, it's easy because you can always ask the students to upload their writing on the internet, on their blog, for other people to see. Yeah. Okay, that's number 3. Write like a reader. Finally, write like a writer. Now, this is the last one. What does it mean, writing like a writer? What does a writer do? There you go. They write every day. That's what they need to do. I think teachers are familiar with this. Practice is very good, and that is what good writers do. They write every day. They write as often as possible, and they write a variety of text for different purposes and for different audiences. Next, they write a diary, they write a blog, they write social media posts, they write a poem, they write academic papers, all kinds. And that is what good writers actually do. And today, with the blooming, the explosion of information technology, I think students and teachers need to develop a variety of literacy, transmedia literacy. It's not enough for you to be able to write an email message. It's not enough for you to be able to write an academic, essay. You need to be able to write a blog, for example, because the audience is different and the language is different. You need to be able to write, in social media and in many, many other forms and format. So this is what you need to do as a writer. Yeah, very good piece of advice. 10 ideas to becoming a better writer. If you look at that flyer, that poster, the word write appears almost in every single sentence. Write, write more, write even more, write when you don't want to, write when you do, write when you have something to say, and write when you don't have something to say. In other words, writing is good. If you do it regularly, I think your writing will improve a great deal. And that is what I would call extensive writing. I think you have heard about extensive reading, but this is what extensive writing is all about. And if you do this regularly, again, the language benefit is very clear. Yeah, your writing becomes more accurate, more fluent. You're able to use a wider range of language. And more importantly, your writing becomes clearer and more coherent as well. And the bonus, after doing it for 5 years, you will find that writing is very, very enjoyable. It's a lot of fun writing, actually. Not initially, but after 2 years, after 3 years, you will find that writing is very enjoyable. Here are some conclusions. I hope from my explanation, it's clear that the best way to help our students to improve on their writing is not for us to teach more. No, I don't think they need a lot more teaching from us. They're tired of us, actually. Teach less. Less teaching of grammar and text structure. I think we spend too much time teaching our students the text structure. What we need to do is to provide more model text, example text, as many as possible, and also provide this guided noticing. Guided noticing. Tell the students what language features, what text features they need to pay attention to. Not everything, but focus and guided noticing. And my advice again, more reading and more writing. The theory says very clearly that we learn to write, we learn to read by reading, we learn to write by writing. There's no other way. And finally, I hope you remember the 4 things for today. Yeah. And we are going to open our microphone now and we are going to read this together. Step number 1, all of you, please open your microphone. Turn on your microphone. We are going to read this together. Step number 1 is read
Like a
reader.
reader.
Two,
Like a
read
like a writer.
Read like a
Number
writer.
3,
Write.
write like a
Like
reader.
a reader.
Like a reader.
Reader.
Like a reader.
Like a writer.
Very good.
Like
I
a
hope we
reader.
all have learned something useful together.
Thank you.
And gradually and slowly,
you.
if we implement this,
very
I think we'll be
much,
able to help our students develop, a great deal. Now, this is a free gift for you. Free gift for you, a free book. Just scan the QR code, and if you go to my website, to my blog, you'll be able to find a lot of very, very useful resources for teaching and for learning as well. Thank you very much for listening. Please clap hands. Please clap for Ibu Eka Wahyuningsih.
For you, Pak, not for me. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Pak Willy, for sharing the insightful presentation. And something that we learned from Pak Willy is that we have to keep writing. No matter what, we have to keep writing. Although it is only one sentence in a day, or two sentences, or even writing down a status in our WhatsApp group, or write down something in our social media. But then the most important thing is that we have to keep writing. And in order to be able to write, I think we have to read more and more and more. So nothing can be done unless we have to, whether we like it or not, we have to read so many books. Is that Pak Willy?
That is absolutely true. 100%.
Bapak Ibu, if you have any questions, you can write down your question in our chat box. And while waiting for the questions, perhaps it is not actually something that perhaps becomes the questions of the audience, but it is my own questions. Usually, we are going to be doubtful whether, as what you told us just now, the first draft is not perfect.
Yeah.
The first draft is not perfect. But then when we had our first draft, then we think that, this one is good enough. This one is already good. Then I try to send this draft, this writing to a certain publisher. Then when we send our article, our writing to a certain publisher or a certain journal, then our writing is rejected. Then that one makes us disappointed.
Yes.
That one makes us unmotivated to go on writing. So in this case, perhaps as a role model, because I do believe that you are one of our role models here, because I know that you like writing down something, and every day you write down something in your blog. I always check your blog in Facebook, then there is something new from Pak Willy. So perhaps you is there anything that we can do when we are demotivated after knowing that our writing is rejected by a certain journal or publisher?
Yes, very good questions. Very good for those of you who have tried, sending your papers, your draft, your final draft, your essay for publication. More often than not, let me say this very carefully, more often than not, our paper, our submission is likely to be rejected. The reason is very simple. Publishers do not have a lot of space. Publishers are usually very selective. And because of that, when they receive 100 papers from people from all over the world, and they can only accept 10, it's very clear that 90 of them will be rejected. So understanding this will help us a little bit, that publishing is a game, and we have to know the game. And the game says that 90% of the time our paper will be rejected. It doesn't matter whether you are a new writer, a novice writer, or an experienced writer. Have I been rejected? Many, many times. Sometimes it's a desk rejection. A desk rejection is the moment you send your paper to the editor makes a decision already that your paper is not good enough, and it gets rejected right away. Usually the second step is that the editor finds that your paper, your submission is good, and then it gets sent out to 2, maybe 3 reviewers, and then you get the results afterwards. But the editor can make that decision very quickly. If your paper is not up to standard, the editor will reject right away. It's known as desk rejection, D-E-S-K, desk, which means immediate rejection for whatever reason. Is that very common? Yes, very common. Have I experienced this? Yes, I have. What about top people in the world, like Stephen Krashen? Was he ever rejected? Yes, many times. Yes, he gave a presentation a few weeks ago in Thailand, and his topic actually is the power of revising. So I borrowed a lot of his ideas actually today. The power of revising, and he shared his own experiences that very often his submission was rejected. So rejection is an important part of the publishing process. My advice, very simple. If you want to cry, go ahead and cry, but do not cry alone. You need somebody to cry together with. I think it's easier if you cry, if you have somebody's shoulder to lean on. But, cry for one day and then life goes on. You have to try again. And remember this, I think in English language teaching, in ELT, we are very, very, very lucky because there are more than 1,000 journals out there. Lebih dari 1,000. Unlike in other field of study, like literature, for example, sastra, not many out there. History, not many. But ELT, wow, the number is just so many. If your paper is not accepted by one journal, you can always go to another journal. If it's rejected again, go to another journal until eventually it gets accepted. Now, what if you have tried 10 times, 20 times, and your paper is still rejected? Well, you have to say that writing is not for you. As simple as that. And you can still become a great teacher without having to publish anything. And that is fine. And some universities, some institutions really value excellent teachers. And that is fine. I think we have to admit that writing is not for you. But try first, yeah? Keep trying and learn how to do it well. But after trying for 10 years and you never get accepted, then we have to say that writing is not for me. But I am a good teacher. I mean, you have to say that. But you can't just keep saying that I'm a bad writer and I'm a bad teacher. No. You have to be good in any one of those, either one of these, yeah? If you want to keep your job as an educator. Thank you, Buika. Very, very good question. It's a very
that is
thing.
Yeah, that is about something that we feel after we have been able to write down something.
Yeah.
But now, what happens if we do not have? Because very often, it is a must for us nowadays as a lecturer to write down something, to present something in front of the audience. But then, when I ask some of our friends to write down something to be presented in front of the audience, then they do not want to do it. So it seems to me that it is not because they do not have the ability to write, but they are afraid of starting to write down. So is there any suggestion?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Remember that I mentioned the apprenticeship model. Yeah. And very often people may need a master, may need a mentor. So what you need to do is to find, willing mentors to help the people who are unwilling to get started, basically. And the mentor's job is actually not very difficult. It's very often it's just about, giving encouragement, giving motivation, and maybe occasionally writing together with the more junior or apprentice writers. I think that is the best way to do it. Find somebody, a sympathetic, person who is willing to, provide guidance, basically, or mentoring. It's like a master teaching, their pupils, their apprentice.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in this case, are you saying that we have to get we should have a mentor, and we should also have a model, and I think you can become the model, one of our models, I think.
I'll be very happy to. Yes. Yes, I think you need a model. Gabriel is a very good man as well. Gabriel, are you here? Yeah. Gabriel? Gabriel Fang. Yes, there he is. Yeah. I think he'll be very happy to be a master writer, a mentor, to help younger or more junior. I think he's been doing that in China as well.
Oh yeah, I'll be very happy.
Yes. Even in his university, some are more successful writers, and some are still learning how to write and publish their work in academia. Yeah. So,
and he is also one of the productive writers, I think. In our chat box, he told us that he has been 4 times to be rejected. Is that fair?
No, he said 40 times, not 4.
Yeah, I just sent a message when Pak Willie mentioned about test rejection. I was test rejected 3 times just in August, this August.
Yeah,
but altogether, I think many times.
Yes, all test rejection is the most painful because your paper is not even reviewed. It's immediately rejected by the editor. Yes, but the number of rejections, many, and that's part of the game as well. Now the trick is this: you need to be able to find the right kind of journal for you. The right kind of journal. If you are starting your career as an academic writer, then you need to start with journals with low rejection rates. Low means sedikit. And that means the chances of getting accepted becomes higher. How do you know whether some journals have low or high rejection rates?
Yeah, but still no predatory ones.
Yes. Avoid the bad one. Good journals, but the rejection rates is small, or the acceptance rates is high. How do we know? Very easy. You can invite Gabriel and me again next year, and we'll explain to you.
Yes, I will. We will invite both of you.
Yeah, there are hundreds of journals out there with not very high rejection rates. I think that should be our first target before you try something like System, before you try something like TESOL Quarterly, and the rejection rate is something like 98%. I mean, there's no way we can, publish in those journals. Only special
nowadays,
people like
testing has also become something that is difficult to.
Now it's a Q2 journal. Yeah.
Yeah. So it becomes more and more difficult for us to send our paper in testing. Pak Willie, we have some questions here. So the first thing comes from Ibu Ayu from UNESA. She often has writer block and lost motivation in the middle of writing. So what can she do?
Okay, now that is that is a very interesting topic, and interestingly, Stephen Krashen also mentioned this in his presentation like 3 weeks ago. Mental blocks is something that happens all the time to everyone. Now, what do you do when you are experiencing a mental block or writer's block? You just leave it, put your writing down. Do not continue writing, and do something completely unrelated to what you're doing.
Go picnic.
Yes, like, taking your husband or taking your wife for shopping, for example, and doing some other things like cleaning the house or washing the dishes.
Doing something that is relaxing, is that?
Yes, something that is not related to the writing that you're doing. Now, interestingly, when you do that, your brains actually continue working behind the scene. Yeah. So the incubation of ideas continues in your head. And after a few hours, after one day, bam, something happens. Ah, now I know what to do. Like when I was preparing for today's talk, it took me a while actually. What is it I wanted to share with you? So I was not really thinking about this. And all of a sudden, hey, I think I need to pay attention to this something, to the 4 steps of developing the apprenticeship model. And then I sat down and put together my thoughts and created my PowerPoint slides. And the whole thing took me many, many hours actually. But I'm not complaining. I enjoy doing this actually. So that's the thing. When you enjoy doing things, you don't feel tired. You don't feel that you have to do it, but you feel that this is something that you want to do. And that is the reward, the joy of writing and the joy of thinking as well.
We do want to have the spirit.
Yes.
Yeah, one more question, Pak. Sometimes it comes from Ibu Emilia Chandra. Sometimes it is difficult for us to choose an interesting topic for the readers. So what should we do when we have to choose a certain topic?
Okay, very good question. The first thing is to understand who your readers are. Are you thinking about an academic papers or just any writing?
Any writing, because my
any
job
kind
is
of
now,
writing.
It's quite different from the colleagues here in Jember, probably in university. So my job currently is writing something on my website.
Okay.
So something that can be useful for public. And, finding an interesting topic.
Yes, Bu Emilia, that is something that I do almost every day.
Oh, okay.
You know what I write actually on Facebook, on my social media, is something that is not entirely new. And if I write without thinking very carefully about how I would frame my writing, people will not read it. And there are a lot of tricks. There are a lot of things that you can do to make your writing more interesting. And what I usually do is I would go to the website, I would go to the internet, and I would try to find some examples. Okay. And then I tweak it a little bit.
Models.
Yes, I need a model. And that's what I do. Even the title of today's presentation, it took me a while to put together a title that is interesting and that is exciting for people. My initial thought was, for the title of my presentation is The Theory and Practice of Second Language Writing. That sounds so boring.
So heavy, so difficult.
Exactly, so heavy. It's not inspiring for the readers or for the audience. So I tried something different, like pathways to writing competence. So there are different ways of doing things, Bu Emilia, So a group, the first thing you need to do is to look at how other people have done it. And nowadays it's so easy because almost any topic that you have in mind, other people have done it. And the thing is, you can do it better than them, but you need to see an example first. Yes, I think Gabriel Fang is waiting very anxiously. Now
I know.
He is thinking of changing his title now. No, he's not.
Exactly, I just did.
whether the title is very interesting or not, then we are going to say something later. Okay, well, Pak Willy, thank you very much for answering the questions. And Bapak Ibu, finally we come to the end of Pak Willy's session. And something that I can conclude perhaps is that don't stop writing, and to be able to write down something, then we have to read again and again, and try to keep writing, write again and again. Is that Pak Willy?
Yes.
Yeah. So, Bapak Ibu, please help us to give any big applause to Pak Willy. Thank you very much for sharing a very insightful presentation. And before going on to the second presenter, I think Bu Wilkis is going to share something. The token of appreciation for Pak Willy. Once again, Bapak Ibu, will you please give a very big applause for Pak Willy? Pak Willy, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much,
much for being here with us, and
Thank you very
we are
much.
going to have you again next year.
Next year, yes. Gabriel Fang and I come in a package. So if you have me, you have to have him as well. We come together.
Yes, we will consider about it. We are going to keep in mind for that one. Okay. Finally, Bapak Ibu, I'm going to give the floor back to the Master of Ceremony. Kabil, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Eka and Pak Willy, for the wonderful first session that we have today. And we are going to the second presenter, which is Mr. Fan Gabriel Fang from Shanghai University, China. And Mr. Fang will be led by Mr. David. Are you here? Okay, I can see you.
Yes, okay, we will get.
All right, sir, time is yours now.
Right, okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, again, we would like to thank you for embracing your time joining our webinar this morning. And yes, in the first session, we have learned so many, important details on, the power of writing, rewriting, and revising, and finally living with writing, which is, presented by Dr. Willy. Thank you so much, Dr. Willy. And now, we will go on to the second presentation, and this one we are going to listen to a presentation by Professor Fan Gabriel Fang. Good morning, Professor Fang. Can you hear me?
Morning. Yes.
Morning. Okay.
Thank
right.
you.
So how are you? It's been quite a long time.
It's great to see you again here.
Okay. Yes, we are so pleased to have you here, although virtually. But yeah, the last time we had you here in Jember, we had so much fun. Learning with the students and sharing
face-to-face ones.
Okay, right. Before we go on with your presentation, please allow me to read some brief details of your curriculum vitae. Okay, so Professor Fan Fang obtained his PhD from the Center of Global Englishes, University of Southampton, UK, and he obtained the MA from the University of Leeds, also in the UK. And at the moment, he is currently Associate Professor at College of Liberal Arts, Shanghai University in China. And as we can see from his extensive research and also publication, his research interests include global Englishes, applied linguistics, sociolinguistics, language attitude, identity, teacher education, and language teaching and learning. And also, Professor Fang has published articles in numerous reputable journals, including Asia Pacific Journal of Education, Asian Englishes, ELT Journal, Journal of Multilingual and Multicultural Development, and also RAL Journal, among others. And also, in addition to the scientific publication, he has written 2 latest books, which are entitled Repositioning Action Attitudes in the Global English Paradigm, a critical phenomenological case study in China's context, which is published by Routledge. And he has worked in tandem with Dr. Handoyo Widodo in writing another volume titled Critical Perspectives on Global Englishes in Asia, Language Policy, Curriculum, Pedagogy, and also Assessment, published by Multilingual Matters. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that there are still so many other, outstanding achievements by Professor Fang, but I'm afraid that will take up, so much time. So, Professor Fang, we have approximately 60 minutes to cover the whole presentation and QA. Is it going to be okay?
Yes. Thank you very much,
right,
David, for your introduction. Yes.
Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Fan Gabriel Fang.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Park David, for your introduction, and Bu Eka for the invitation. It's my great pleasure again to virtually visit Jember and give a presentation on the topic of writing. I will keep my presentation, my talk in about 40 to 45 minutes, and with about 15-20 minutes for Q&A. I think, it would be more interesting, especially if we are doing a presentation virtually. So the Q&A bit will be more interesting instead of, people looking at the screen and just listen to a talk in a physical way, a virtual way. All right. So I'm sharing my screen now. Just followed Park Willie's suggestion. Originally, my title was like writing academic book review, and I thought probably it was too boring for the audience, and I just added a bit. I said the power of writing academic book reviews. So probably, yeah, it would. This talk can bring people some power of writing and some like persistence of writing.
Excellent.
So
I
a
like
different
that.
one. Oh,
I
thank
like
you
the
very
title
much.
already.
Yeah. So yeah, I also love the first talk by Park Willie, and I just would like to link some of the take home contents. So hopefully I'll also link to reading and writing for people. So I'll start with some very general bits when we talk about writing. Again, I agree that writing is probably one of the most difficult parts compared to speaking, listening, because somewhat we are not doing this passively, right? We need to do this in a more like active. It's more like the learning output that we have to write. So the question, again, very top first question is, do you enjoy writing? So probably people will answer, okay, depends on what I write. So when I was asked this question, yeah, probably I enjoyed writing my like Facebook or like blog or just chats on like WhatsApp, etc., etc. But when people are asked to write, for example, a journal article, or for example, an end of the year teaching reports, probably we need to think like a few seconds to answer whether it's yes or no. All right. And when I ask my students, I think 90 out of 100% will say no. But still, I tell my students, okay, you just do not enjoy the writing process, but you enjoy the writing product. For example, if I have written something and I just ask my students or my colleagues, say, hey, this is something I have written. You can just go through it, you can revise a bit, and we submit together. I think in that case, people really enjoy this. But I think something painful to mention about is the process. It's really, really like a long process, and it's not automatically. So even I would say that native speakers of English, for example, do not automatically learn how to write, in particular when we talk about academic writing. Okay, so this is like a process. And the process we need to untangle. Okay, so probably when we have an idea, when we want to write something, we have lots of ideas. And those ideas probably were illogically put together. So what we need to do, okay, for example, write as a reader, we need to explain the idea as well for people to read, to understand. Like several weeks ago, I read a sentence. Really, I love that one. Okay, so this sentence says like this, that a good writer or a good scholar should learn how to express his or her ideas well, to learn how to tell the story for the more general audience. So I think this is really, really powerful from my perspective. Yeah, and when I read academic papers, I don't know if people have such experience that some writers are easier to understand, and some pieces of papers are easier, while sometimes it's not about the content, it's not about the theory, but it's just about the writing style. That's okay, after even you don't know this field, but you read that piece of writing, you start to understand. But when sometimes some writers are very, very difficult to understand. Okay, It's not about the theory. Probably theory is one of the reasons, but it's about the writing style that sometimes we just don't understand. Okay, so writing is suffering. All right. Not easy. Yeah. So I made a metaphor, but this is not a really proper one. When I taught a course, I tell my students, okay, so writing is suffering when we have 3 rings. Okay, 3 rings in people's life. One is an engagement ring, another is a marriage ring, and the third one is suffering. So suffering, so it's persistent that we also is consistently in our life. So we need to write, and this is an experience. This is suffering, but as Pak Willy just mentioned, okay, how can we regard writing as something we like, as like part of our life, that we don't really suffer to write? We try to enjoy the process of writing, but of course, this is not really easy. Some people, based on my experience, also like told me that I'm a perfectionist and just feel that my writing is not perfect. But don't worry about this. When I tell my students, when I tell my colleagues that writing is not really about excellence, it's not about perfection. It's about writing, is about how to express your ideas, how to write clearly, honestly, and confidently. It's the like audacity to write that needs to be written. So again, this also reflected on Pak Willy's talk is about the power of revision. So the first draft, very few first drafts, even it's written by native speakers or scholars, is a perfect one. It's almost like it's very messy. So we have to learn how to revise from a writer's perspective, from the reader's perspective. And I think the power of peer reviewing before sending to journals, I mean, like peer review, colleagues, I think it's very helpful, because like when I write, for example, I just write from my perspective sometimes. And if my piece is read by another colleague, I always get new ideas how to improve from the reader's perspective. And sometimes I also assume that, okay, I take it for granted that, okay, I understand this, but this is not the same from the reader's perspective, all right? And keep writing is also very important. And there is no perfect piece of writing, even for published papers. Okay, there is no perfect one. So don't be afraid of trying to submit a paper when you feel that this is a good one, a ready one to submit. All right. So that is something. I will be focusing on book review, how to write book review. And I will talk about the criticality in writing, because I think this is also very important in academic writing. People tend to write, tend to summarize the content of a book, for example. But I think criticality is also very important. Yeah. Before I talk about book review, I would like to ask people that where can you find reviews? Okay, not a book review, but where can people find reviews? If you could type very quickly on the chat box, because I think review, okay, it's a very general, a very common genre in people's daily life, right? Okay, book advertisements. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. So while buying things in an online shop, so that is, nowadays we do a lot of online shopping. Yeah, and review is very common in our daily life. So we will decide whether this pair of shoes, for example, are worth buying, whether it's grocery, whether this is rated by 5-star or 1-star, whether I would go to this restaurant, whether, okay, what else? I think also watching films, whether I decide to watch this film, if it's rated in 1-star, if it's rated in 5-star. So I think review is very, very common. It's very general in people's daily life. So I also tell my students that don't be afraid when we talk about academic book review. Okay, when we talk about academic book review, it seems that, okay, it's very challenging, it's very difficult. But I will say that it's quite common when people review everything, right? And I guess that many people in this room have written some reviews. Sometimes we write a review by ourselves. Sometimes even we are asked to write a review. Yeah, we are asked to write a review as well. So this is a very common genre. So I decided to talk about this. Okay, so I think it's a good start for people if you want to write long academic journal articles. It will be good, probably, to start with a shorter book review. So again, I would like a bit of the interaction. If you like to type something on the chat box, that's from a writer's perspective, what is the role of a writer? If I just wait for another 20-30 seconds, from you as a writer, what is the role of a writer? Yep, thank you, Buika, to share an idea. Okay, think about your writing experience. Yeah, tell the advantages of a book. Yeah, that's for a book review. Translating ideas, also very important because, okay, we read from different languages, right? Translating ideas to spread words, to promote, yeah, to make people see or feel things from my words. Yeah, I want to express myself. So yeah, now we can express in this way virtually, but most of the time we read and we write. Yeah. We read, we write, we share ideas, very important, okay? But more often, I guess, that as readers, from a writer's perspective, we write a lot. We want to share our ideas. We write various genres like novels, like translate and academic papers. But from reader's perspective, again, if you can share something from the chat box, how much do you enjoy reading? Or simply, how often do people read, for example? Okay, probably it depends on the genre. Okay, that's if you really enjoy reading. So I just say something that I often heard of this as well, that from a teacher's perspective, okay, we love, right, detective story. Yeah, that's great. And social media. Yeah, I think now there is a trend that people tend to read short article in social media, like in Facebook or WeChat. But I don't know, I also met people who love to write long stories in social media. But in that case, I'm not sure how many people really like to read a short article on the social media. So social media is a place that people just share their daily lives, but make it, yeah, succinct, very short, reading novel, okay? Yeah, so like for me, I also read various genres. So not really academic papers. I think it's, again, very, very bold for me, for many people to read simply academically. I also read, for example, some novel or some like prose. literature bits. And now for me, I also read something like How to Raise Children as a Father. So we read various genres. Sometimes reading is fun, as from a teacher's perspective, we tell students, okay, reading is fun, but we need to think, we need to reflect from our perspective that we are teachers. How often as teachers ourselves read, and how often as teachers ourselves write? So that's something. And I also mentor, for example, some of the novice teachers. I really encourage the novice teachers to read, to just start writing. Again, many times I hear people say, I want to get a paper published. How do I get a paper published? But I don't really ask them, I don't really answer them directly by saying that, okay, how often do you read and how often do you write? Okay, so this is a question that we really need to think about. So this is mutually, this is the, something mutual, that when we tell students to read, to write, as teachers ourselves, we also need to keep reading and writing a bit. And another one is that teachers always tell the students that reading is fun, again, but when we ask from a student's perspective that, okay, if you can choose something fun to do, I don't know how often you hear say, okay, I want to choose to read. So reading, again, is seldom their option when they talk about reading. Okay, so I would say that when telling students that reading is fun, we should also tell students that it's not always fun to read. When I mentioned about suffering, but don't really, okay, regard reading or writing as a suffering. It can be fun, but it's not always fun. You need to spend time and energy doing things, reading, before you can write a piece of like a piece of writing, whatever, in whatever genres, right? Okay. So I think, again, when I talk about reading, writing, not only from students' perspective, but also from teachers' perspective. Yeah, because I think this webinar is something related to teacher development. Okay, so from teachers' perspective, we want to write, we want to get things published. But of course, we have other commitments. Yeah, family, we need to raise children, we need to have some other family commitment. Also, we like to spend time on Facebook, on Twitter. Okay, so this can be an excuse that we don't have time to read, we don't have time to write. After teaching in a whole day, I'm very tired, so I want to do something else. Yeah, and we don't want to do some extra extensive reading, for example. So teachers, we write various, okay, like reports, we have to grade students' essays, but we have little time ourselves, teachers, to read academic books or papers or do some academic writing. Yeah, we need to admit this, all right, that we have other commitments, and writing probably is not only thing, it's not the only thing of my life. But okay, when we have to do academically, when we have to write academic writing, I would say that book review can be a starting point for people. Okay, why do I say that book review, writing book review can be something? Yeah, lots of admins in particular, right? So we don't have time to sit down to conduct research, to collect data. It's a long process, right? So book review can be a starting point from my perspective and based on my career trajectories. One of my few publications was some book reviews. So what is the review? Okay, I will explain later why I said that writing a book review can be a good starting point. So we see that a review is a critical evaluation of a text, event, object, or phenomenon. So reviews can consider books, articles, entire genres or fields of literature, architecture, art, fashion, restaurants, policies, exhibitions, performances, and many other forms. That's something, yeah, when I just ask people that review is very common in our daily life. So I think we write review, not every day, but I don't know, at least every week that we write some sort of review. There is always some customer questionnaire, customer service questionnaire. So we also review a service, we review a product. When we watch a film, we also review the quality. We also review some goods we buy online, etc., etc. So this is not really difficult or not really challenging. That I think everyone can start with certain types of review in a more academic way. Okay, so what is a book review? Yeah, so we use a service or a product, but okay, we have to read before we write a book review. So a book review is an exploration of the author's writing intention and contribution of the field, a summary of the book content, but not only the summary, but also an evaluation of the book based on your knowledge. So what do I mean by knowledge? That's your knowledge of the field, that how can people develop enough knowledge before writing a book review is to read, right? So I think reading and writing, they go together. They are not separable. And then after you are qualified to write a book review, after you read a book, the audience, okay, the general academics would like to read a decision of whether the reviewers, okay, from you, if you are a book reviewer, would recommend the book to a wider audience. Okay, so I just put a screenshot of, this is like a blurb of an edited volume I did with Park Han-do-yo. So here, book authors also invite scholars to write a blurb. So that is something, probably without summarizing a book, without a summary. So here is more like evaluation. Yeah, so if you go through this very quickly, you will see that, okay, such, let me see. Okay, the review is like evaluative words. Okay, but of course, if you invite people to write a blurb, more often this is something positive. But as a book review, if you are asked to write a book review, you need to be critical. You cannot just simply write something positive. Nowadays, you cannot publish a book review if you simply saying something positive of a book. Yeah, so later I will introduce, I will also talk about this. I'm said just now that writing a book review can be a good start, because for me, from my perspective, I regard writing a book review as a win-win situation. Why do I say this? Okay. From the audience perspective, when people read a book review, they decide whether the book is worth reading or buying. Yeah, that's why I say that from the reviewer's perspective, you cannot simply write something positive. Of course, if you find something positive, you write something good, but still, you also need to be critical, okay, for readers to decide, okay, or for readers to decide, yeah, whether they want to buy this. And from the reviewer's perspective, that from your perspective, like for me, I did this before, yeah, and even now, I push myself to read a book when I'm interested. Yeah. If I find a book that I'm interested in reading, and if I'm too poor to buy the book, I really want to read a book, I put myself into a position that probably I can write a book review. Yeah. So I sent an email to the book review editor. I asked the book review editor whether this book has been reviewed by other people. And if not, I just ask whether this is possible for me to write the review. Not always successful, because when you hear from the book review editor, yeah, they will say that I'm sorry, this book is not does not fit the scope of my journal. So we can always ask some other review editor, right? But like in this way, I push myself to read, and I push myself to write. Especially, yeah, if a book review editor says that, okay, you can write a review, so then I have no excuse to say I have no time to read. Okay, if you get my meaning. So when a book review editor commissions the review, probably the editor will also arrange a free copy for you. So I think this is win-win situation. For me, I read a book, I push myself to read, and I push myself to write because there is commitment for me. So always 2 to 3 months. Oh, sorry. So 2 to 3 months, I write a review myself. Yeah. So I also set my time that, okay, in this 3 months, I will read a book, I will write a review. So I did this before. I read it up this bit. Yeah. So for many people, book review can be their first international publication. Yeah. And how do people write book review? How can people develop criticality in writing? In particular, I focus on teacher education because I think, yeah, one of the themes of this webinar is about teacher education, right? So I recommend this paper published in ELTJ. I've got the reference here. So when people talk about criticality in the field of ELT, in the field of language teaching, we develop to some of the sub-themes such as critical thinking, critical pedagogy, and critical perspectives. Okay, in teaching, in learning a language, when people talk about criticality, and this is a notion put forward by Professor Kumarabadivalu when he mentioned about the post method teaching. So today in this talk, I focus on critical thinking. Yeah, because yeah, I'm not going to talk about critical pedagogy, critical perspective, because for writing, okay, we focus on critical thinking. But here, it can also be exercised by asking learners to analyze news, advertisements, or photographs to identify claims, values, assumptions, proofs, and fallacies. Yeah, so for book review writers, I think this is a way, right, of how we read something. Yeah, not simply words, but photographs. Now we talk about multimodality. Yeah, so we reflect, we evaluate. So it can also be engaged by having students write essays and reaction papers. Yeah, I also ask my students to write not a book review, but an article review based on, yeah, if they don't have time to write a book, to read a book during like 10, 12 weeks, I ask them to write a review of an article they read. So in this way, I also push my students to read something. Yeah, like for teachers ourselves, when we read a book, we evaluate, right? And yeah, essays and reaction papers. And by developing learners' language awareness through the analysis of ambiguity, vagueness, connotation, and reification in discourse. So I think, yeah, if we as teachers, if we want to write a book review, this is a process. Yeah, when we read and then we put the evaluation, we put our feelings, if we make it simple, right, into a book review, and we write a book review. I think to some extent we are telling a wider audience this book, the content of this book, and how do we feel about this book. So we are also telling a story. So that's why I think, yeah, book review can be something really helpful. Reading and writing from a critical stance. As I mentioned, you can't simply write a summary for a book review. When people read a book review, they expect something evaluative. They expect something critical. So here also, when teaching critical reading and critical writing, okay, I encourage students to think about whose viewpoint is expressed. What does the author want us to think? Whose voices are missing, silenced, or discounted? How would my alternative perspectives be represented? How would that contribute to your understanding the text from a critical stance? And what action might you take on the basis on what you have learned? Okay, and this paper I also recommend the audience, I recommend people to read this piece. I use the questions, those questions from my perspective are very, very helpful. For teachers themselves, they use this to encourage, to teach critical thinking. But for teachers themselves, we also use these questions. If we do some reading, we also encourage ourselves to evaluate, right, based on what we have read. Very, very helpful. Critical stance, critical thinking, critical writing. Yeah, and all we can use this in writing a book review. Okay. And again, I mentioned about this. So a review and a summary are not the same. Yeah, they are not the same. The main difference is that book review is evaluative and interactive in nature. Again, we are telling a story, yeah, to the audience from your perspective, right? Whether this book is worth reading, is worth buying. And summary is simply a reproduction of the book content. So probably many people, when they read a book review, they are more interested in the evaluation bit. Okay, I don't know, like for me, I will skim very quickly of the content and just go directly, or sometimes I just go through the summary and just go, okay, I want to read the last 2 paragraphs from the book reviewer's perspective, whether this book is worth buying, is worth reading. So it's more evaluative, it's more like interactive. Okay. So a review is a commentary, not merely a summary. I'm not going to read this bit. So something very important is that we want to make an argument when we write a book review, when we teach students to write a review, or whether we ourselves want to write a review. It's not merely a summary. So those functions, a review gives the reader a concise summary of the content, as well as the overall perspective, argument, or purpose. And also a review offers a critical assessment of the content, okay? And in addition to analyzing the work, a review often suggests whether or not the audience would appreciate it, would spend money on the book. Okay, yeah. I'll be very happy to share the slides, so don't worry about this. I'm not going to read everything. So here, I provide people 2 websites that I found very, very helpful as resources for people not to learn how to write a book review, but also from some other aspects of academic writing. So here, the first one is the Writing Center from the University of Wisconsin's Madison. So here, the website mentioned here, before you read, write down quickly and informally some of the facts and ideas you already know about the book's topic. So yeah, of course, for me, I choose a book related to ELT, to language education, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, like it's very difficult for me to read a book in biology or physics because I don't have the knowledge of that topic. If I solicit, that book review, 99 or even 100%, it will be rejected, right? So here I read something I'm interested in, I have knowledge on. So survey the book. I like to, before reading, I like to, to go through the table of contents to make some predictions. Yeah, but don't just assume all the predictions are correct. Okay, what does the title promise the book? How does the preface promise about the book? And what does the table of content, etc., etc.? Who is the audience? And as you read, think carefully. Yeah, so in particular, if you want to write a book review, like for me, I read more carefully. I don't simply do the skimming. Yeah, so skimming and careful reading. So as you read, test your predictions. And then after you finish each chapter, you can take some notes. You can summarize the content of the chapter in your own words. Don't just copy. Don't just repeat the author's words. And then find something that's find something that probably it's not as you predict, or some critical moment, critical incidents. Here it says particular passages. Find something that you have a wow moment, okay, that you want to leave it for the evaluation bit. Okay, so begin to evaluate. So those some of the questions for people to think about, right? Methodology, whether the arguments were made in a more effective way, whether the book is persuasive to the audience, etc., etc. And then think about the wow moments or the new theory, for example, that you want to evaluate. Okay. So this is another example from the Writing Center of University of North Carolina. So here, I'll go through very quickly for people to think about. Yeah, the thesis, main argument of a book, the subject or topic of the book, whether the author supports his or her argument, or how does the author structure his or her argument, whether as an audience, as a reader from your perspective, whether the book is easy for you to understand the subject, right? Some other information, think about the genre of the book. Yeah, out of what field does it emerge? Okay, the genre. Okay, so I'll just discuss this as a leading point for people if you are more interested to write a book review, as well as to push yourself to read a book. That can be something helpful. Okay, so a general procedure of submitting a book review, that you have to choose a book that interests you. It should be a recent one. So most top journals want a book, a latest book. So ideally, it's a book published within a year. All right. So it's good to choose a book, published by some top publishers as well. So if you choose a book published like 3 years ago, more often you just write a book review by yourself, and it's very difficult to get it published because it's considered out of date. So within 1 year, maximum within 2 years. And choose a journal that accepts book review. Not every journal has a section called book review. Yeah. and also knows the word count for a book review to have an idea, because some journals accept book review for 2,000 words, some journal roughly 1,500. Some journals simply say, okay, we accept a book review for 1,000 words. It does not mean the fewer the easier or the fewer the better. Yeah, sometimes it's even more difficult to write a book review in 1,000 words. Yeah, when you have to summarize the book, when you have to evaluate the book. Okay, so you choose a proper journal, you know, like your writing style, whether you tend to write something, yeah, in a shorter way, but the shorter way can be very challenging, right? So like for me, I would say 1,500 is something like, for me, yeah, I can summarize the book. I can also evaluate the book. So contact the book review editor. Now many journals only accept solicited ones. So contact the book review editor and solicit the review. You expect no response. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, many, it happens to me many times when I contact a book review editor, I received nothing. Yeah, so I think after 1 week, when you receive nothing, you contact another journal. Yeah, because when you receive nothing, it assumes that the editor is not interested in the book. Okay, for that review. Or some editors just write an email telling you, okay, we don't need the review, or unfortunately, the book you proposed has been reviewed by someone else. Okay, in that case, send another email to another journal. Yeah, so until you are commissioned by a book review editor to review. So I do this before writing. If you want to do something like me, yeah, I push myself to read, because you have something, you have the commitment that you have to write something. Yeah, so within this 2 or 3 months, I read this book properly and write a proper book review, and possibly, yeah, not 100%, to get it published. So this is a circle I like. Before you write, so until, okay, the book review editor says, okay, this, I commission you to review. So don't just read and write. Read some published book reviews of that journal, of that target journal, of the journal you are accepted by just solicited, right? Your commissions to write. So read some of the journal, some of the book reviews published in that journal before writing, okay, for that journal in particular. So even if the book author is your friend, you need to write some critical commentaries instead of merely a summary for a book review, because you never get it published if it's simply a summary, right? And sometimes if you will be contacted by a book review editor, if you are more established, for a book review writing request, but yeah, more often for more established scholars. So for novice teachers, for novice researchers, so don't just wait at your back door for a book review editor to contact you. Yeah, if you are interested in the book and if you want to try to get it published, go ahead and contact the book review editor. And I would say, again, don't just contact the book review editor in top journals when you haven't had anything, right? So you can try to contact some journals which want, novice writers, encourage novice writers for book review. Yeah, so if people just try like EOT journal, or people try system, it's very difficult for novice teachers if you don't have anything. Yeah. 2 or 3 minutes, I'll just go through very quickly. I'm not going to read. This is based on one of my recent publications. That book review, I wrote a book review for Dr. Sander Dovchin's book called Language, Social Media and Ideologies, Translingual Englishes, Facebook and Authenticities. Okay, that was published in Applied Linguistics in this August. So you can see that the first paragraph I just wrote some background information of the book. Yeah, the topic of this book, because it's about language use, it's about interpersonal and intercultural communication, and then lead to the book, to the content of this book. Yeah. I skip the summary bits because I think people are not interested in the summary parts or time limits. Yeah, even people are interested in. So here I just pasted the last 2 paragraphs when I make commentaries. Yeah, this book could be strengthened if the critical bit. Okay, to some extent, some topics such as that are not very self-exploratory for readers might deserve some more explanation. Yeah. And then at the end, I also say something. Yeah, this book highlights the use of translingual English through social media to challenge the monolingual ideology, authenticity, and standard English, and to emphasize multilingual creativity. So at the end, I said, this book deserves a celebration in the fields of applied linguistics and should be recommended to both researchers and language practitioners who are interested in translingual practices and translanguaging and communication, both synchronous and asynchronous through social media. So I have something critical evaluation. And at the end, I told readers that if you are interested in translanguaging, translingual practices, this book deserves a celebration. So if you're interested in this one, it's definitely one of the references. Okay. So yeah, if you're interested in, I can send you this book review in PDF. Okay. A summary, a very quick summary. So very similar to, again, the model. I use 4 pictures to summarize when we write, not only for book review, but writing in general. So I think writing is like building a house. That we start from the beginning. How do we step by step, okay, write something to build a house, to build a piece of, writing that can be interesting, that can be something satisfactory. So you need time. We need time, we need energy, yeah, to start at the beginning. Another metaphor is that like a root, like the branches of a tree, we need to have a core, we need to have a root, we need to have a theme when we write, yeah, in a piece. And then how do we develop a theme? Yeah, whether it's a book review, whether it's writing in general, other genres, the same. So we have to develop our ideas based on a theme. That is the roots of a tree. The third metaphor is that I use an iceberg. It's similar to culture understanding, right? So something above the sea level that readers can only read, for example, 1,000 words, 1,500 words. For longer articles, 6,000 words. For a book, maybe it's 70,000 words. But it's more important that from a writer's perspective, your perspective, we need to know a lot that can be unseen. We need to have knowledge before we can write something that is above the sea level. But before that, we need to read. We need to develop very, very solid knowledge. Yeah, so this is something that's under the sea level. This is from your perspective, from the knowledge, from every like affordance, psychological struggles, everything. You experience this before you can write something at the top. And the onion model, again, very similar to culture. So there are different layers. So when you understand a book, when you write a book review, for example, it's very important for writers to note the core before we can write. Okay, so different layers. We need to understand the core of the book. Okay, we need to read. We know the core of the field, for example, before we write from our perspective. Then I think it's easier if we know, yeah, what you are going to write, and if you know what are expected from the reader's perspective, that would be easier for people to write. Okay, so I think I'll end here. It's almost 1 hour. I thought it's about 45 minutes, and now I just talk about 1 hour. I hope that we still have some time for Q&A. Thank you very much.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much, Professor Fang. All right. We do believe that the book reviews, as one of the example of writing genre, is going to be a very good model for, not only improving writing proficiency, but also improving our criticality as a reader and also writer. And yes, and that's going to be a resource for us as a teacher and also language learner. Well, okay, again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to open question and also answer sessions. We still have some time, so no worries. Okay, we still got some, some space to cover your questions. So if you have some ideas to share or questions, please feel free to write your question in the chat box, or you can also speak directly through your microphone. Okay. All right. I think we have received one question from the YouTube chat box right now. This one deals with the criticality as a as a reader, okay, and a writer, of course. Yes. The question is, how will you suggest for beginner language learner to develop the criticality in writing? Because when we try to make some review, like review for a book, for example, or another kind of writing, we need to have something beyond a mere comprehension. So what would you suggest for us, let's say, the beginning language learner, sir?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. It's not an easy one. Like, from my perspective, I'm not sure if critical thinking or criticality can be developed just right away for beginning language learners, probably with some guidance by a teacher. Yeah, so for beginners, we don't really read, for example, long articles or a book, but we can read a short conversation, for example, a short dialogue, for example. This can also develop critical thinking, but we need teachers' guidance. Okay, so criticality, we can say, from a dialogue, from the illustration, we can think about gender's perspective. We can think about whether this conversation represents stereotypes, for example, etc., etc. So from beginners, we can start by building the criticality from reading not academic papers, but short conversations, for example, or short passages, for example. But we really need teachers' guidance. We really need someone who knows how to teach critical thinking, because it's not always easy to understand. We don't want to propose criticality or critical thinking simply one way, that you have to criticize or to challenge everything you read. It's not the case. Okay, we don't want to go from one extreme to another extreme. So guidance is also very important. For beginners, we can read, understand from like short dialogues, conversations, if your language level is up there. Yeah, so I think we can understand this from different resources. Yeah. Hopefully I answered this question.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Yeah, so we do believe that the power of reading is going to be a fuel for our writing and also reflection, and of course the criticality in writing, and that's going to be very important for learners at all levels, ranging from beginning up to the advanced language learners. Well, okay. Excuse
I
me.
saw another
Let me check.
question, yeah?
Yes.
From Amelia.
Yeah, from Emilia Chandra. How do you control your mind not to write beyond the topic that you're writing? So yes, how can we stick to the topic that we want to write about?
Okay, yeah. So thank you very much for this question. How to control? Sometimes, yeah, I write out of topic as well. So in that sense, probably because first you know the topic you are going to write, yeah. So even if you go out of topic, you have a sense that still, if you are writing a book review or if you are writing something, you don't go out of topic extensively. You still have like a controller mind that I can write something out of the topic. In particular, when you evaluate the content, you can give some other examples. This is allowed, no problem. But sometimes, okay, you don't distract your minds to go to another theme, to another topic, right? Don't lose the main idea, because this is something you as a writer, you need to control yourself. And if you say, okay, this book review requires 1,500 words, and then you write 2,000 words, no problem. Do another read. Do another read. Okay, when your mind is clearer, do another read to cut some of the things that you feel that is out of topic. So I sometimes do this as well. Yeah, so I go out of topic, don't go to another theme. Okay, you still say, when you write, you still need to go back, think about, okay, you are writing something with a certain theme like this. Yeah, that is something I do. And sometimes when you go beyond the word limit, read again. When you read again, cut some words. In particular, you feel that you read again maybe after 1 week. Yeah, so you feel that, oh, how could I write something like this? This is not coherent, for example. So you revise. You also cut some words. And I think this is another way that I help myself not to really distract our minds and go beyond the topic. So I leave it for a week, for example. I read it, I write it, I revise it. Okay, thank you.
Yes, okay. We do believe that the time is actually important, to give you some space for reflection, like self-correcting our writing and also revising our writing continuously over and over again before we eventually come up with our final draft of writing. Yes. Well, we do believe that we have, so much fun, having this discussion on your topic, but I'm afraid that that's all we have time for the discussion today. So again, ladies and gentlemen, could you please join me to give a big applause to the outstanding Professor Gabriel Fang.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very much.
And also, we would like to award you one token of appreciation for your inspirational presentation in our international webinar today. Thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Well, we would like to give the time back to Ibu Mutiara Bilkis. The screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. David and Mr. Fang. That was really inspirational book review. I've never thought of that. Okay, now let's come to the next session of the presentation, which will be delivered by Mr. Agus, and it will be led by Ibu Areta. Ibu Areta, are you here?
Yeah, sure. Ibu Bilkis.
Yes, Mr. Agus, are you ready, sir?
My voice is clear?
Yes, super clear. I can hear you quite clear. Mr. Agus, I think this is the first time you're with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glad to see you.
Yeah, it's glad to see you. All right, now, Barata, Mr. Agus, time is all yours.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ibu Bilkis, for the time. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the third sessions with Mr. Agus Priyanto, and I am Areta Puspa, will be lead for this session. So, okay. Bapak Agus, how are you?
Fantastic. Never better than this morning.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Pak Agus.
Nice
This is
to
the
meet
first
you
time you
too,
come with
Marita.
our study program.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before Mr. Agus have presentations, I would like to read his curriculum vitae. So, Mr. Agus De Prianto is a teaching staff at English Diploma Program Vocational Schools, Universitas 11 Maret. Besides technology-aided language learning, his research interests include multimodality and discourse analysis. And Mr. Agus is one of the founders and now a board member of Indonesia Technology Enhanced Language Learning. He is also active at Masyarakat Linguistik Indonesia, Association of Systemic Functional Linguistics in Indonesia, and also Teachers of English as Foreign Language in Indonesia. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the outstanding speaker for this morning with Mr. Agus. So, Mr. Agus, you have 45 minutes for presentations and 15 minutes for Q&A. So, for ladies and gentlemen, if you have question, feel free to type on the chat box. Okay, thank you. So, the time is yours, Bapak Agus.
Thank you, Miss Arita. Good morning, Bapak, Ibu, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm very glad, and also at the same time, I'm nervous after listening to Pa Willy and also Professor Fang. And I learned a lot this morning from both of these outstanding speakers. Now, my material will be very much lighter than what Professor Wang and Professor Willy Renandia have presented earlier. So the point is that, if Professor Fang has said some new insight for us to write more, and what I will be sharing is how to help students write better with technology. Okay, now let me share my screen. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so here is the title of my presentation. I don't know whether the title attracts you very much, or like what you learned from Pa Willy earlier, teaching writing with technology. But again, as what we learned from these earlier presenters, writing is the most difficult for us or for students. But let me hear from you, what do you think is the most difficult part that students need to learn more when they have to write? You may speak up, you may open your microphone, or you can also put your response to the chat box. What do you think that students need to learn more when they have to write something? So let us identify the most or the hardest challenges. Reading to get the ideas. Okay. To get the ideas, reading, find the models. Okay. Teachers should be the models, ya, Bu Eka. What else, Ibu, Bapak? Okay. All right. Focus on the expected requirement. Like a vocabulary, so 2 mention vocabularies. They need a lot, 3, 4 vocabularies, put ideas into written forms. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Now, another question. Should we focus on the process or the product? I mean, sebelum sampai ke situ, before we come to that question, should we focus on the fluency or on the form? That's what I meant in writing. Both process and product. Okay. Oh, sorry. Sebelum ke sini. Both process and product. What else? Okay. What about that one? The fluency and the form, the accuracy. What I mean is the form. With the form. Both again. Ada fluency. Ada yang milih fluency juga. Okay. Good. These are coming from different perspectives. Many people prefer fluency to form and accuracy. Organizations, I do agree, but I don't know whether it is a Mr. or Miss, one Hamia, one Mahmud. Okay, fantastic. Now, we have identified that students need to learn more about vocabulary and also how to find more models. And I believe probably, what do you call that? How to build sentence and vocabularies can improve through So let us go now. Why technology? Do we have to use technology in this era? Sepertinya klise. Jawabannya pasti yes. Yeah. But the next questions will be what for? Atau does the technology help teachers, or should we use technology to help students? Any response for this? To engage students, fantastic. Students, yes, okay, fair. Okay, so we do not use technology to help ourselves, as a teacher. To make learning, teaching in writing? Yes, of course. Bu Eka, yes, we did. Okay, fair. All right, so yes, we do use technology to help teachers, but we have to focus more on how technology can help students acquire the skills that they need to master when they write something. Now, today, we will do, or we will explore, not explore, we will just say some technology, some apps that probably can help the writing skills. Let us go further to the next slide. And this one is more also very popular nowadays. Artificial intelligence. Is that a threat or an opportunity for us as teachers or for students as the language learners? Ibu Bapak, is that a threat or an opportunity? Opportunity. Oh, ada yang bilang threat juga. Okay, cool. All right, Ibu Eka, please give me some more words why you think that artificial intelligence is more an opportunity than a threat. Bu Eka, please say something.
Because I think that by having or by utilizing artificial intelligence in our class, then it is not only to help the students to get engaged in our teaching and learning process, but we can also make our teaching and learning process easier and more fun for the students. So I think that is why we can say that artificial intelligence is one of the opportunities that the lecturers can take.
Okay, fantastic. So we will, what do you say? See that as an opportunity, but there are some other who mentioned that this is a threat. So let me start from Ibu Anissa or Miss Anissa from SMP. Anissa or anybody who thinks that artificial intelligence is more threatening rather than an opportunity. Ibu Anissa or anyone else who think that this is a threat? Or Andi Irlina, you think that this is a threat? Can you say something about this? Can you give me more, opinion? Why you think that this is a threat? In what case?
May I, Pak? Bu Eka. May I say something, Pak?
Sorry?
May I say why artificial intelligence is something that is threatening for some of us?
So, yes, of course.
Yeah, because perhaps what they think about artificial intelligence is not about the platforms, but perhaps most of us think that artificial intelligence is like a robot, so that we are afraid that robot is going to take our place, to take to replace our position as a teacher. So that is why perhaps some people think that artificial intelligence is something that is threatening.
Okay, so you think that the robot can, once again, in what way the robot can threaten our students or threaten us?
Yeah, perhaps the others think that robot is going to replace our position, so that perhaps some of us think that the students are going to be taught by the robot, so that we are not going to do anything. So yeah, perhaps that is the reason why some people are thinking that artificial intelligence is something that is threatening for, especially for teachers or lecturers.
Oh, okay. So this is a threat for teachers or lecturers. Okay, good. Thank you, Bu Eka. So hopefully that will, speak for Ibu and Irlina. So once again, in my slide there, I just said a bot there is essay bot. And I believe that this, or you are familiar with this bot. And in the next slide, let me show this. This is Essay Pro, and there are two different applications. This Essay Pro is paid service, and here you can see that if you want to hire them to write an essay for you, and then you are given, you give 2 weeks, and then only for 1 page of essay, they will charge you $11. Then if you go to this website and then make or customize this field, then you have another amount of dollars that you have to pay. And you do nothing for that. What you need to prepare is enough amount of money. But when you go when you go with EssayBot, you don't always have to pay for that, and the EssayBot can help you write write an essay. Later, if you have time, we can demonstrate how the EssayBot can predict our sentences, and students need just to wait for the suggestions, and then they just click. They will the EssayBot will write a complete essay for our students. To me, this is a challenge for teachers on how we guide students use these two apps, or this app especially, the EssayBot. not to, rely on the app very much, not even this one. And students will not learn anything, when they hire this Essay Pro, then they just need to pay. So that's why earlier I asked whether we focus on the product or the process. Then if we use or we focus on the product and we check only the essay that the students submit to us, most probably, if we are not familiar with the student's competency, we rely on the product. Most probably, the essay is done by someone else or by some applications like this. This is what we have to be careful of later. The next one, Ibu and Papa, right. Yes, earlier, we will not be very long in this slide, because earlier Pa Willy has mentioned that most of our, the chair of the department, due to the pandemic, due to the technology that we are using right now, we write more rather than we speak. Yeah, even in our conference today, we write more on the chat box rather than we use our microphone. So we write more than we speak today. And then what I want to underline here is the second. What I mean here is that before we write, we have to have a purpose in mind, the objective in mind. So that objective will determine what linguistic features, what stages, what kind of structure that we will use when we write something. Now, when we look at the curriculum in our country here, in our education system, we are adopting, correct me if I'm wrong, we are adopting that one from Australia, that we are using genre-based approach, using the factual genre and non-factual genre. Betul ya, Bu Eka ya? Okay, so here we identify whether we are to write report, description, procedure, recount, and so on and so forth. Now, when we guide our students to write this, we need to make sure that that students are aware of the objective of each type of text. So, and also, in addition to this, objective, then we need also give them exposure to the real text, the authentic text that we can find in our society. And for that, technology, especially the internet, will help us a lot. Now, again, following the genre-based approach, I believe you are familiar with these stages suggested by David Rose, and earlier, I think it is from Durianka. We have building knowledge of the field, context building, we have the modeling. Pak Willy has presented more with 4 quadrants of that. Write like writer, read like writer, and so on. And we have joint constructions, we have independent constructions, and we have to link the students, the text, to other relevant texts. Okay, after this, I just want to say what I have been doing, and hopefully this will be beneficial for you. But if you have different experience, please feel free to interrupt and say something. Ibu dan Bapak, again, for context building, we need to make sure that our students are aware of the objective of the text that we are writing. And for modeling, the internet, as what I called you, as what I told you earlier, give us more opportunities to give more, more real, authentic materials of modeling. I will go back to this slide later. Now, this one, I made these compilations of web pages at the wakelet.com. Yes, Wakelet is again something like a digital library containing some, we can use Wakelet to make a compilation of web page that are beneficial for our students, that are in line with the topic that we are teaching or that the students need to learn. Why is it good? Why do I bring this Wakelet to this, discussions? This is how we can put our students with a guidance, not to put them in the wild area of internet. When you put students, or you give, or you instruct, you command your students, you order your students, just go to the internet and find some materials about digital literacy, for example, then most possibly, they will get lost because they do not know what to take, and then they do not know the direction where to go. But when you have collected these web pages, then students will go through the path that we have designed, so they will not get lost. Okay, so this is Wakelet. We are not talking how to make the Wakelet, but I believe when you are fluent in English, I believe you can make your own. Or if not, then we can have another we have another session to do this. Ellen Simanjutak raised her or his hand. Please, Ellen. Oh, no. Okay. No, okay, let me just continue later. Now, I will go back to this one. Oops. No, okay, this one is the real text or the real model text from students' collections. Okay, this one is, again, I wanted at that time my students to find real text that can see around them, and then I have them put on my Padlet, in our Padlet. With this, then they can share the model text with others, and they can see the real use of English, of descriptions or procedure text in this authentic use of the text. Okay, now this is another use of technology. When Wakelet, we use Wakelet to compile web pages so that students do not get lost. And then this Padlet, I believe you are familiar with that, and then is to compile students' text from their surroundings. So again, this is the students' versions, and the Wakelet is our or teachers' versions. Let me go further. Sorry. Now, oops. This one is another text that I suggested for my students when I teach descriptions, for example. So when I teach this descriptions, I bring these models to my students, and also some other models, this one. The previous model is from Adidas, and the one that is showing now is from Nike, if not mistaken. So again, I brought some other websites that are familiar, probably brands, website of the brands that are that students are familiar with. Again, this is also to attract their attentions. What I do with this model is to identify the structure of product details or product descriptions here. So again, when we write descriptions, I bring the real situations that you want let students write product descriptions later, and then I give them this model. I put this all, I make them aware of this part with different size of fonts here. And also here is the short description, the specifications, and also the price, and also the sizes here. So these are, if you, have learned, probably we call that as the generic structure potential, the main structure of the tags. Okay, so again, like what Pak Willy advised earlier, we do not teach much, give them some more models, and let us see the model from Nike, Sama, yeah, the same is the descriptions, and then the specification later at the bottom, and also the size. Okay, now what I did with these tags is I let them then find some more model tags, for them to analyze. If you pay your attention to this, so again, these are the screenshot the students made from the website they can that they found. And then what I wanted them to do is first identifying the text structure, ada size, color, material, price, or care instructions. With this, I wanted them to be aware that there is an optional component of each tags. Sometimes care instructions are not available in the descriptions of product. Then I let them make a list of all verbs that function as the predicate of each clause. And I found here that students are not aware or do not understand what verbs are, and so on and so on. Like this, you have learned. And also make a list of noun phrases. Why? Because these are these are the linguistic features that we have to pay attention to when we are writing a descriptions. At least we are focusing on the nominal group or noun phrases, or how to build sentences. Later in the next slide, we will talk about that later, what I do or what I did with this slide or with this students' work. Okay, the next one is, this one is the discussion when I did using Zoom again. This is last month, I think. Now I explained the first one when I put the number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, itu adalah semua noun phrases. Yes, I make them aware, really focus. Yeah, I guide them to notice the the noun phrase or nominal groups, and how on what words that modify the head noun. And also I also guide them to notice the predicate is made, and then has, and so on, and then why underlying this. And as you can see, I describe also how this noun phrase is made from color, taller, slightly, then you have the article slightly, taller, color in the hood. Now, here prepositional phrase modifying the noun here. So again, we didn't talk too much when we describe this, I just mentioned what I said. I just let them be aware of the constructions of noun phrase, and again after that I let them go back and identifying the verbs and the nominal group like this. And when the text is difficult to understand, I had to make it aware from the very basic one. I'm so sorry. I'm one of those who believe that accuracy is there, not to ignore. So again, look at this. I start from hoodie. Then I continue with blue hoodie to make it a phrase. And then I have a blue hoodie to make it a sentence and have as the verb as the predicate. So we guide them how to build sentence. And also my blue hoodie, this is another phrase, has 4 pockets. This is another noun phrase like that. So with this, I expected them to be aware of the nouns, of the sentences that are built with noun phrase and verbs. Itu saja poinnya, because these are the very basic step of sentence building. So here we go. After that, we let them write, practice. Yeah, I skipped some steps here. I let them write paragraphs, and then we bring them to one of the applications or one of the add-on at Google Documents, which is Pro Writing 8. And this is one example of my students' work. Kili comes from this blah, blah, blah. And this is the result of what do you call that? Pro Writing 8. And I also guide them how to make use the free version of Pro Writing 8 to help them identify which part of writing that they need to improve. Like this sentence length 9.1, it seems that we need to improve more, because Pro Writing 8 suggested the sentence length should be between 11 to 13. So use few longer sentences to add more depth to your your writing, and so on and so forth. So again, I introduce my students to Pro Writing 8. And then in addition to that, I also let them peer edit. So I put all the works on Google Drive and then give access to all my students and let them peer edit. But again, the finding is that not all students are, really available to edit their friends' work. Semuanya milih mengedit punyanya sendiri. This is something that we need to make it better. So it is easier to find or to give comment to others rather than to find our own mistakes. And ternyata mahasiswa saya, my students, are not in that phase. Okay, good. After that, then I give them feedback. Sometimes I make a screen recording, or I chat them through WhatsApp and all. And finally, I let them post their models. So this is the product, or okay, I should explain this way, sorry. After practicing or after getting exposed to the product details, as what they learn from the other websites, from Levi's, from Adidas, from Nike, and then I want them to make or to choose one of their favorite clothes, and then I want them to post to their Instagram, and this is their post, and and they know that this is the real use of text, although they are not actually selling the the jacket, the hoodies or the shoes. I think that's what I can share this morning. And what to take away is that we need to focus on how technology will help students, not merely us. Yes, we need technology to help us, but we need to focus more on our students. Let students write with a purpose in mind and make it as real or as authentic as possible. Give more models. I do agree with Pak Willy, and teach less. Okay, they will listen more to others rather than to us usually. Scaffold them with directions. Yes, then let them work at their pace. Give enough time because students have different pace, different learning style, and moreover in this era of pandemics, they need probably some students are slower than the others. And then let them learn from each other. Again, the last one, I myself need to do more so that they can learn from each other. Actually, I have started by sharing their models they find in surrounding them and put it on Padlet and then make them peer edit. But again, I'm not successful in making them learn from each other. They rely on the teachers. Okay, thank you very much. That's all from me. I hope this will give you more insight, and let us discuss if we need something to discuss. Thank you very much. Back to Arita.
Okay, well, okay. Thank you, Pak Agus, for insightful and outstanding materials for this afternoon. And Pak Agus, actually, we have two questions from the audience. The first question is from Pak Fendi. So his question is, we have some artificial intelligence tool to revise our text. Does it replace editor's role in revising text? What do you think, Pak Agus?
Sorry. We have some artificial intelligence tools to revise our. Does it replace editor's role in revising text? Oh, I don't think that will replace the editors. So once again, last night even I tried. If you are familiar with Lesson Writer, I tried to put some text. Actually, I wanted to give examples to bring you here, but the artificial intelligence fails to identify what we really need. So that will not replace the editor's role. Again, what I like from ProWriting Aid is that they give us suggestions. And we need to think of that. Students need to think whether the suggestion is acceptable or not. That's what I like from ProWriting Aid and some other tools. So once again, Pak Fendi, I don't think that artificial intelligence will replace editor's role in revising text. Again, they will give you suggestions for that, and we need to double check with other tools. Let us go to the thesaurus. Let us go to dictionaries. Let us go to some other tools. Probably they have different different suggestions. And if you then go, if you have access to some more corpus, then they will be more helpful for improve your writing. So the short answer, artificial will not take the work of editors. Thank you.
Arita, are you there?
Okay, yeah, I'm here. I'm here, Weka. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pak Agus, for the answer. So one more question, Pak Agus. Actually, this is from me. Sorry. So was it based on your explanations on was it how you prepare on Google Drive, on essay about both, and then how much time do you spend your I mean that how much time do you spend for setting all of your teaching actually for teaching writing?
Oh, okay. That will depend on the type of text that we are that students need to learn, Ibu Areta. So when like this, when when students need to learn how to describe something, then it's quite easy to find some more some models from the internet, and that will be different probably when our students need to learn some other types of text. Itu sih, that's what I experienced so far.
Okay. One more. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we okay.
So to continue my answer to your previous questions, if you, for example, find some models and then you put them on the Wakelet, then you can use again and again, and then you can edit the page that probably not relevant to the current situations. Then you have a big library of web pages that are beneficial for your students. Then you don't have to make a new or brand new material for your students. Itu Bu Eka, Bu Areta.
Okay, so thank you very much for the answer. Wait a minute. Let me check. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, if you have any other questions, you can type on the chat box. Okay, one more question actually from me, Pak Agus. So based on your experience, as long as you're teaching, so what was it? Which one is the most interesting between Padlet and EssayBot?
There are two different things, Bu Areta.
Yeah.
So EssayBot is the one we can use EssayBot for even for reading classes, and for Padlet this is to how to interact with students and how to publish their works that are something different. Wakelet is to compile web pages, and then we provide them, we give access to our students. Then we can also make a shared Wakelet with our students. Then you can have your students find a web page and then put in our Wakelet, something like that.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you. So if I can conclude, so we can use both in the same time.
Yes.
Like this one. So yeah.
Yes.
It depends on the situation, yeah, Pak Agus, yeah.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you Pak Agus, we don't have another questions. So okay, this is the end of these sessions. Before I end for this session, I would like to summarize for this session. So from Pak Agus, we are learning teaching writing with technology. So we can use Padlet, Google Drive. We can also use EssayBot and another technology for our teaching writing, like this one. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for these sessions. Pak Agus, thank you very much for your insightful and outstanding presentations. So we have also a token appreciation for you, Pak Agus. Please,
thank you,
big applause for Pak Agus, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is for you, Pak Agus.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Once again and again, thank you very much, Pak Agus. Hopefully that we can see with you in other occasions.
Okay. Hopefully, yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, okay, I'm back to the master of ceremony.
Yes, thank you very much, Bareta and Pak Agus. That was really marvelous. The technology that we can use in writing. There are ideas that you can use, Bapak Ibu and adik-adik as well, when you are preparing to be a teacher. And that is very practical, and you can definitely use one of them or some of them in your day-to-day teaching life. Okay, now let's finally we come to the final session of the presentation, which will be delivered by our beloved and esteemed colleague, Bapak Bambang Suharjito. Are you ready, Pak Bambang?
Yes, I'm ready. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And Pak Bambang will be led by Pak Rizky.
Well, okay, thank you so much.
Okay, now time is all yours.
Thank you, Bu Bilkis.
Yes.
Well, okay, still morning, okay, 11:22. Well, okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So this is will be the fourth presenters. However, this is the last but not the least, and I do hope that you are still having a great spirit to joining this webinar. Well, okay, for the fourth outstanding presenters, we will have Bapak Bambang Suharjito. Before we hear for his presentation, let me read for his biography. Bapak Bambang Suharjito has got his bachelor degree in 1988 from English Department, Faculty of Letters, Jember University. And then he has got his master degree in 1997 from Language and Literacy Education, Faculty of Education, Deakin University, Melbourne. And also his interests are writing research, curriculum and materials development, and professional development. Well, okay, without further ado, let me call Bapak Bambang Suharjito. Assalamualaikum, sir. Good morning.
Salam.
Well, okay, you will have 45 minutes covering the presentation and also Q&A session. Well, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, still good morning, I think. Let me share the PowerPoint first. Well, what I'm going to talk here is concerning with writing again, but looking at this writing in different side, because we have our own problems in writing, teaching writing in the university, especially to our students. So if in the previous sessions, in the previous seasons of this webinar series, all the writing tools, writing application, online resources have been delivered, and I will see these problems in writing in different angle. Okay. Before I go on with the presentation, I will give the main issues of my presentation today. There are three main issues that I'm going to convey to the participants. First one is looking at the position of writing subjects in our curricular framework, the English education program, University of Jember. And then the second issue will be about writing that matters. That's problem in writing. Yeah, problems in writing. And three, ways to develop students' writing competence. But here, I just want to show what writing tools and writing application that the participants can take the benefit of them, because practically have been delivered in the previous webinars. Okay. So we'll look at the graduate files of English education program in the University of Jember first before coming into the main discussion, looking at the position of writing subjects in our curriculum. Because whatever it is, writing subjects contributes to the final goal of our learning outcomes. If you look at the curriculum framework, especially with the graduate files of our study program, English education, English department, English study program, then we will see the three files that becomes the objectives of the curriculum. The first one is becoming English language teachers. That means English language teachers who are capable of undertaking teaching learning process professionally and responsive to the advancement of information and communication technology, or ICT, as well as the development of English language teaching in the 21st century. That's the first file for our undergraduate, our graduate. Sorry, this is graduate, not undergraduate. Graduate file. I'm sorry, it's mistake. And then becoming English language instructors. Prepared for working as English language instructors, working at the Center for Language Training, both in the government and private institutions. Then the third, become language entrepreneurs. Prepared for being able to manage their own business, job opportunity by using English communicative competence, active and passive, in any context and situation. It might be becoming translators, interpreters, proofreaders, voice covers, tour guide, and so on. That's the graduate files of the English education program FKIP Jember University. And how to realize this goal, then for this, then we have some writing subjects. We consider writings is very important. That's why the curriculum or the study program provides writing subject, writing activity from the very first time the students enter the university until they are going to finish their study in the last semester, 7th semester, writing the research project or final project. Semester 1 and 2, students are given introduction to paragraph writing. That's a subject that focuses on the sentence and sentence production, how to make sentence correctly, how to make several some kinds of sentence patterns, especially to support their paragraph writing. And then in the second semester, they are equipped with more complicated, more advanced paragraph writing, in the subject of advanced paragraph writing. So, and the first and second semester, the writing subject still focus on writing paragraph or paragraph writing. Then moving to the third semester, semester 3, students are offered critical essay writing subjects. That's still writing subjects, but more complex writing activity, because from paragraph writing in the first and second semester, then in the third semester, students are working with essay writing. That's the writing which is more than one paragraph. And then this critical essay writing is still talking about something that is personal. So referencing is not necessary at this time of at this stage of writing, because they are writing something very personal. They don't need to get support from other experts in the field. And then in the fourth semester, students are given academic writing. That's longer essay writing, more academic, more scientific, and having support from readings of scientific articles. That's the gradual, it's the level of difficulties of writing subjects in our curriculum. And then in the fourth semester, because students we designed the objective of our study program is choose teachers to be in the next when they graduate from the university. Then the main job, the main concern after they graduate from the university is to teach, actually becoming teachers of English language. But considering that the reading materials in the junior and senior schools also include or covers some kinds of narrative writing. Then students in this university in our study program are also provided with narrative writing. In the fourth and the fifth semester, they are given creative writing in ELT subjects, focusing on literary and short stories. This is to support teachers when they work in the schools. And then in semester 6, students are provided with creative writing in ELT, focusing on drama and film, and then also practicing writing, beginning to write the final project and in the form of subject undergraduate thesis preparation and undergraduate research proposal writing. And in semester 7, then students are expected to be able to start with their final project as research proposal and thesis examination. So, looking at the subjects that are given to students from the very first they come into the university, the first semester, second, until semester 7, we see that writing is important. So we see that writing, we consider that writing is very important for the students to be given to them as their future for their writing undertaking, not only for writing the final project, but also when taking other kinds of writing activity. So then we, in the teaching of writing, we consider very much about the process of writing. So what we give to the students is to train the students to write from step by step, from pre-writing, and then choosing the topic, from step 1 choosing a topic, and then step 2 to get the ideas, they organize ideas, and then after they find the ideas of what they are going to write, then they move to making a draft of the writing, write, and then moving again to the next step, reviewing and revising by doing writing conference in the classroom, and then writing the draft become a final draft of the writing by revising, looking at the structure and the content of the writing, reading, and then make final correction of the writing work. That's the activities of writing that we usually do in our study program, to provide students with strong foundation of writing. But again, if talking about writing, it is sometimes that a problem that never ends. Writing to me, especially, is everlasting problem. never end. Why? Because every year, every semester, we always find the new students from senior high school that they have their own problems in writing, from the very simple problems in writing to the complex problems of writing. We look at the importance of writing by considering that they are important for the following undertakings. For example, especially for the final project, that's the direct objective of writing subjects. Provide them with the ability to write their final project or thesis. And then if our graduates want to take a further study, taking master's degree or S2 program, then they are required to have to take TOEFL, especially writing. Also, IELTS, Willie also have said about this. So they are ready to take this test, and sometimes Cambridge examination and other writing tests or writing competition. So these writing subjects in our study program are designed to equip the students with their ability to do all these things. Final project, thesis, TOEFL, W in TOEFL test, and IELTS in writing especially. And whenever they have time, they take Cambridge examination, and sometimes they are joining some competition in writing. That's what we designed the writing, to equip the students with all this ability. I will go to my presentation that tells more on the reflection of teaching after more than 20 years of teaching experience in writing. I always come across with problems in writing, especially the students. So what matters in writing then? To us all, actually, writing matters. I divide the problems in writing into two areas. In language use, especially, students get difficulties in terms of language use when they are in the activity of writing. Especially the first one is classical problem. I think the old problems, that common problems in writing is grammar. And we understand, we see that English is not our native language, so that we need to know the rules of language, English language, to make sentence good writing. And then the second problem is concerning with vocabulary. This happens because sometimes we lack of vocabulary, so that we get stuck in writing only thinking about vocabulary that we don't know in our writing. And then also other cases in language usage, especially the use of specific expression in English, so that we need to know the consequence of using a certain word in the sentence. And then another area of other problems in writing activity is ideas development. We know that we know that we don't often do writing activity in our daily life, but when we have to write, then we get stuck in doing this in terms of ideas development. Students find this very often when they are asked to write something. From the very first step of writing, finding or choosing or generating a topic, that's a big problem for the students. This is because lack of reading, especially. That's why reading and writing has very close relationship. To be able to write, we need to read a lot. If we don't read a lot, then we don't have enough knowledge about something that we are going to write. That's the problem. Then choosing or generating a topic takes a long time to decide sometimes. Students usually, after finding a topic, then they get another problem, concerning with getting the ideas from the topic that they have decided. Let's say, for example, I want to write down, I want to write about pandemic COVID-19, for example, the topic of the writing. Students have got the topic for their writing. The next problem comes, what I'm going to write about pandemic COVID-19 then. To be able to move on with the writing, they need to have ample knowledge about pandemic COVID-19. And this can only be obtained through reading. Okay, let's say that after choosing a topic, then students have some points to develop in the writing. And next problem again, that is organizing the ideas that they have arranged. Which one comes first and which one comes in the next. That's the problem. Arranging the ideas to get the flows of ideas clear is something that makes them that makes them difficult to do. And then that's that's something that's is ridiculous, that when we have all these things ready to be put into a piece of writing, that's the last problem. Hampers them. What things started to write. I will ask the participant, have you ever found yourself being stuck in writing? Have you ever found yourself sitting all night without choosing anything? Yes, sometimes it takes a long time to get started in writing. That's the common problem in students' experience, and me too. To me, I also find that kind of problem. Why then we have that kind of problem? Yes, again, yes, because of the language use. First thing is grammar. What hampers them in writing activity is that they have insufficient knowledge about grammar. Even though in writing activity, the emphasis on the evaluation is not on grammar mistake or vocabulary mistake, but this hampers them very much, because when they know how to make sentence correct, they find it difficult in making the sentence correct. And they don't know sometimes whether this should be made in passive or active forms. Yeah, they still lack knowledge about this. And then sentence linkers and special rule in grammar. When they go on with their writing, with their sufficient knowledge about grammar, then they just write, and finally they are not aware of their mistakes. That's the problem that I usually find along the way I teach writing in my university. Then another problem is vocabulary. First problem is, of course, every time I ask my students, is limited vocabulary. Then also correct use of words in sentence. How, if I want to say this, what word is suitable to convey the meaning? That's the correct words, a matter of word choice. And then problems in synonyms and antonyms. That is important to avoid repetition of words in their writing. And then sometimes they also find the problem in identifying that this word should be made in idiomatic expression. Even when they read, they sometimes don't realize that the words and the readings are actually idiomatic expression. Again, they make mistakes in this kind. What about ideas development? Yeah, again, I said, I've said that using alternative topic is sometimes a big problem to the student. Why? Because they not read much. I always tell my students, that if you want to write, you need to read, because by reading you will get information, some information, ideas, knowledge. Again, put on your writing. Without reading, you cannot write. Yeah, that's I always tell my students. And then the second, gathering ideas, elaborating the chosen topic, becomes several points. Yeah, based on the point of view, especially. Then organizing ideas. Yeah. Then this problem around the writing step before getting started to write. Yeah, are always found in my students. What's the result then? The consequence is that writing takes a long time to start. Especially in the first word or sentence in writing. I've ever asked my students, how long did it take to make the first sentence of your writing? You cannot give the exact time where or how long, but it takes a long time to put the first word and the first sentence in writing. We as lecturers in the university and our graduates will become teachers in junior and senior high schools are always faced with this kind of problem, especially teachers in junior and senior high school. That's like this quote that I've taken from a certain resource. Writing instruction is often hampered by a strict interpretation of the curriculum of a program. Teachers are accountable for offering a certain number of units in a textbook, for completing a certain number of writing assignments, or taking a certain number of texts and on. Yeah. While writing activity demands a high value of writing work in our school, in our schooling, junior and senior school as in university. But again, the time always hampers us in doing so, because we are limited with time in teaching English on the curriculum in the classroom, that all the things that we need to be known or to be done in writing cannot be executed. That's the problems in learning to write and teaching writing, both the teachers, and students. When talking about writing, in this writing, yeah, it's different from the time that I was a university student, where ICT is not that good like now. Even I didn't have any word processor in my thesis writing that I have to write on using my typewriter. That's something, well, very hard to do with very limited resources and information in the university, then thesis writing a thesis, writing a final project is something that was very hard to do at that time. Because when I have the quote from a certain expert, and I could not find the printed materials of the source, then I had to go to other universities to find out that reference, because the library in the universities in our country were not linked yet at that time. So how hard it was when writing a final project at that time, yeah, we can see it. It's different from this time in this information technology era. Everything is very easy. So writing, if we read much, writing actually it's not a problem actually, but information and communication technology sometimes, yeah, things the students in, let's say, let me that something that is not good for students, because with the easiness of getting information from the gadget, from the internet, from the online resources, and the information can be copied and then pasted, then the students want this writing activity. It's something that is instant. So what writing students want then? Oh, not the students actually. We also sometimes want this happen. That's what kind of writing product we want to. Because one phenomena in writing is that sometimes we students and we also again want to produce a piece of writing, that is paragraph or essay, article or something, in a single sitting. That's the habit that we have actually. We want to produce a piece of writing in a single sitting, ignoring the process, and want quick editing. So in a single sitting, I've got a piece of writing made. What happens then? The writing product lacks of the flows of ideas and do not read well. The second phenomena is that we tend to the shortest way to produce writing. How? By copying and pasting here and there without analyzing and synthesizing. What writing products then? Plagiarism, of course, because they don't acknowledge the source that they have taken in the writing. Apart from the bad side, from the good side and the bad side, I will talk about the bad side of the advancements of information and communication technology right now, is that if we use this in an appropriate way, then it will give effect to our writing. So sometimes ICT development contributes to negative habit to us, not only to students, to us. Abundance of online resources like ebook, internet, e-journals, social media, YouTube, makes us tend to copy and paste without analyzing and synthesizing. But what happens? What in a good way, in a good positive habit effect of this ICT development, if they are used in a correct way, yeah, those online resources will become of great help for us actually. Yeah. Dependent of ebooks, internet, e-journals, and social media, YouTube, yeah, ample online writing tools for writing activity like Scrivener, Grammarly, Canva, Thesaurus, Hemingway, and so on. They are all, if used in a correct way, in a positive way, all those things are of great help to us actually. So it depends on for individual, yeah, that we will take the benefit of those ICT development, ICT advancement, or online resources in a positive way on or in negative way. It depends on us. Yeah, it's up to us all. Yeah. Talking about writing, then I impressed the statement from Pak War, yeah, concerning with online learning resources and online writing tools, writing application. They are all machine that the function of their function is to help us, not to replace us. What relation between humans and machines then? Yeah. And in the previous presentation, Pak, yeah, and one of the slide, yeah, says humans should not compete with machines. Humans and machines should compete each other for the sake of humanity. That's 100 agree. I 100 agree with that. What this statement, because we do not need to be afraid of being replaced by machines. They are just machines, yeah. And without the touch of human being, yeah, they can do nothing. Yeah. And how to develop our writing competence then after getting some problems in writing? Students get the problems in writing, in grammar, in vocabulary, and other cases in language, and then move to choosing ideas development, choosing the topic, and generating the topic, organizing the topic, and getting started. And we are lucky today that there are even hundreds of writing tools that can help us organize our ideas. There are so many online resources that we can take benefit from them to inspire our writing. Yeah. And we can also, yeah, use online tutorials if we are not sure enough about what we get from the lectures, for example. Then we can go to internet, yeah, and open YouTube. Then we will find online tutorials concerning with writing, so that everything will be clear when how to the strategy of writing, academic writing. For example, when you are taking TOEFL tests, you are taking IELTS tests and other writing examinations, what should we do with the different requirements of writing testing? Then we got ample of knowledge about this. And then online application writing tools, we've got hundreds of writing tools. Yeah. One of them, let's say, for example, Canva, Readcy, and then Scrivener, and so on. They are all writing tools that help us do the writing activity. I go back to the original problem, the initial problem of writing activity that students have problems in it. Yeah, then because so many writing tools have been discussed in the previous webinars. Yeah. Even though there are still some other writing tools that can be used, I will focus on the two core problems in writing activity, that is grammar and vocabulary, and also developing ideas in writing. So the easiest way to overcome the problems of library, for example, is by looking at thesaurus, because thesaurus will provide more complete vocabulary, and we can find the synonyms, the antonyms of the word that we are going to use, so that when we find it difficult, we get confused with whether this word is appropriate to be used in my sentence here, and then we can consult the diction, the thesaurus, to find out whether this word is correct or not. That's the online tools, writing tools that we can apply. Yeah, some writing tools are free, and some other writing tools are paid. Yeah, it depends on us. You can trust. I think all of us now have been familiar with ICT, so that we are all, I think, ICT literate, so that when we find some difficulties in writing, we can go to the internet to find out how to solve the problems in our writing. So there are hundreds of writing tools, writing tutorials, informations that we can take the benefits out from them. And continuing with the writing tools, because there are hundreds, then they are all worth trying. They are all worth trying. And after trying 1, 2, 3, then you can decide yourself which one will suit you, will suit us, to help us in doing the writing activity, whether they are paid or free. But I prefer to find out the tools, writing tools that are free, because sometimes, it's a matter of problem in transferring, for example. So we will later, after this, I will show how to find out the meaning of the word, solve the problems of vocabulary and writing. That's the central problem, the central problem in writing. One is vocabulary, and then the second one is grammar. Again, even though in our writing evaluation, we don't care much about grammar and vocab. I have the principle that when students writing, me myself, or in the low level of writing activity in the first, second, and the third semester, I don't care what students write. That means whatever you write, I don't care whether the content of your writing, I don't agree with the content of your writing. I don't care about this. What my concern in the students' writing is how they write, not what they write, but how they write. Because what they write may be in opposition with my idea. It may be, but I don't care with the idea of this, the content of this writing. But I will look more on how the students write. That means how they convey the ideas in such a way, using the correct grammatical structure, using the correct word choice, and using the flows of ideas that read well and so on. That's how they write, not what they write. So if students are in doubt about whether my grammar is correct or not, we can get help from online resources, from writing tools, that is Grammarly, for example, because in there we can see whether my sentence has been okay or not. And Grammarly apps will tell us that which one is right, and then the Grammarly application will show us the correct one. That's the writing problem that commonly faced by the student. And concerning with the ideas development, students may get the help from some other writing application, right? That I've told before. The Campfire, or maybe Plot Generation, or maybe Scrivener, and other writing tools or application, can be used. But again, they all depends on the purpose of our writing. What kind of writing are we going to do? If we want to write an article dealing with academic writing, for example, we can just use the application that not complicated. But when we want to write short story, for example, we have to choose writing tools that are appropriate with the needs for making a story, a short story. Again, especially when we want to write a novel, for example, we need to find out the suitable application to help us develop the ideas in writing a novel. So, as my concluding remark in this presentation, if Pak Willy, Pak Gabriel, and Pak, the last one, I don't remember, sorry, talking about writing in maybe in more broader and a broader sense and more and in universal, it is more universal. I just focus my the issues of writing in my context in my university. That, as I've told before, that this is reflection of teaching writing, especially when with more than 25 years experience of teaching writing, especially those problems always come up in me. And again, writing problems never end. It's some kind that it's everlasting. So the general issues in my presentation, again, I will repeat: language use, ideas development, getting started to write, or to have a go in writing. Again, today, with the advancement of ICT, then we can get help from those online applications. And when we do take the benefit of them, then writing will become easy. I also impressed with the presentation before this, the previous presentation, but I myself have an idea that actually when talking about writing tools, writing application, online resources, and so on, I come to the conclusion that writing tools are just machines. They are just machines. And if some people are afraid of being replaced by the existence of the machine and robots, for example, we do not need to worry about being replaced by them. We do not need to rely fully on them. Again, because when writing, when we face the problem of writing, we can get help from the writing tools or online resources only in terms of the problems in language. But again, when writing, the ideas is on the writer, not on the writing tools. So ideas comes from the writer, come from us, our mind, our brain, not from the tools. The tools, only help us to organize the ideas that we have, that come out in my mind, in our mind. Their existence is to help us. Their existence is only to help us in doing the activity of writing. Without the touch of humans, they can do nothing. Yes, writing. They are only machines, and they are operated by human beings. And the machines are not operated, then they can do nothing. Again, it is the power still on the human being. Thank you, Pak Rizky. That's all.
Well, okay. Thank you, Pak Bambang. Well, it is very interesting to discuss about writing itself when we also know about the problems faced by the learners, that they are language used and also idea development. Well, okay. There are two questions for Pak Bambang. The first one is from Ibu Umi. The question is, besides reading, how to expand our vocabularies when we are getting older?
Sorry, we are getting older.
Older, yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you for the questions. When one of the problems in writing is actually, yes, if I many times, vocabulary. Yeah, that's vocabulary. It's not only the students, my students, that have problems in vocabulary, but me too. Yeah, sometimes find it difficult to find out the correct vocabulary, to be put on my sentence, to be put on my writing, because you know that the meaning of the word depends on the context. Yeah, the meaning of the word depends on the context. Again, when we are, our capacity in memorizing decreases when we get older. Ya, semakin tua semakin berkurang daya ingat. So what we have to do then, there is an easy tool, get help to solve the problems of vocabulary. Just open, the thesaurus in our laptop, search and then type what words you want to find out. Then the thesaurus, the online resources will provide meanings. I give you one example. Boleh saya memberikan contoh sekali?
Yes, sir, Pak. Okay. Go ahead.
Sebentar. For example, when we want to find out the when we want to find out the word, certain word that we don't know what is the synonym of this word, whether this word is suitable to be used in this context or not, we can get the help from the thesaurus. For example, I've tried once here. I don't know what it means by radical. Is there any other words that have the synonyms or the same meaning of radical, yes, the thesaurus will provide you with the synonyms, the synonyms of the word, and also with the definitions of the word, and from this application, then we will find, well, if that is so, then I can, it's better to use this word rather than this word. Sometimes, even though word is synonymous, they are not replaceable. They are not substitutive. I mean that this word, even though it is synonymous with this word, they are not exchangeable. We cannot use this word in this context, even though the meaning is synonymous. That's the problem in vocabulary. So again, help from dictionary, online dictionary, thesaurus, for example, this with this more complete, vocabulary provider, if I may say, to expand our vocabulary. Because the key in developing vocabulary is also reading. From the reading, we can get some words that are not familiar, and then we can record them and find out how far this word can have the meaning, in different context and situation. Begitu Pak Rizky kira-kira. Jadi memori kita memang berkurang. Jadi kalau semakin tua, ya tentu akan semakin berkurang, gitu.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering the first questions.
Okay.
And the second questions will be from, wait a second, from Ibu Nurmalinda Maharani. The questions is about the problems faced by the learners. Perhaps based on your experience, can you give us the solution to help the students to conquer the problems that are language use and ideas development?
Yeah, if we want to solve the problem by ourselves without getting help from the online tools, writing tools, the only solution that we can make is reading a lot. Because by reading a lot, we will get ample information, ample knowledge about something. Because inspiration, inspiration only comes by reading. Without reading, we cannot get information. So sometimes the problems that in writing that students have is because they lack of reading. Frankly speaking, if I ask my students, you like reading? No, they just know. They don't like reading. What they like is copying and pasting. Itu yang biasa copy paste dalam menulis pun juga kebanyakan. So, what's the result then? The writing product, is considered to be plagiarism. Akhirnya produknya plagiatnya banyak, ada plagiatnya. If we take the writing product of the students and then we take the Turnitin application, then we will see how many percents plagiarism is it. Kamu akhirnya 90%, 80%. Because they just copy and paste the ideas from resources, online resources especially, then to be put on their own writing without having the credit to the authors or the statement of the authors where their ideas are used to support our writing. Actually, to avoid plagiarism is just be honest in writing. Avoid plagiarism in writing is actually, it is a matter of honesty in writing. If we are honest, I mean here is that when this statement is taken from a certain resource, then is the credit to the owners of the statement, how they putting the source. That's all.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So the first solution is letting them to read a lot the informations. That's why they have the imagination to what they want to write later on.
Okay, when inspiration will not come twice. That's the problem in writing.
That's it. Yeah. I do agree. I do agree. Well, okay, thank you, sir. And the last one, because of the time, so perhaps this is the last questions from the participants from Ibu Dini Irawati. To increase students' writing quality and motivate students, giving feedback to students' writing is a meaningful. How do English writing teachers give a feedback in online writing activity? Online, so the
okay,
is
so
online activity.
The let me make it clear whether the feedback given through online feedback or through IFS through the online feedback. We just put the file into the program and then look and see whether the writing is correct. Let's say when we put this file, we check the writing, students writing through Grammarly, for example, the online writing tools. Even Thesaurus also provide a grammar check in that. Then we put the files in that program, and then we will see there are some marks in the writing that are considered wrong. And sometimes we do not know how to make it correct. Sometimes how to make them correct. And grammar check, for example, grammar fit, and other grammar check in the online tools will help us to identify the mistake. Sometimes we are not aware that the student's writing is still lack of blah 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 and so on. So the help of online is by putting the files into the program, and then the tools will see which one is correct, which one is false, and so on. So it will be great help using online tools.
Well, okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Pak Bambang Suharjito, for very interesting presentation and also answering the 3 questions. So, well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we end this session, I would like to make such a very brief conclusion. Well, in writing skill, so we have to do 4 steps. The first one is pre-writing, drafting, reviewing, and revising, and also rewriting. So it means that it is not necessary for us to just only do once in write something. And also the challenges in teaching writings is knowing the students' problems. Those are language use and idea development. So that's why being English teachers, so we have to help our students to solve those problems. Well, okay, so before I end this session, I would like to give the token of appreciation for Pak Bambang Suharjito. Bu Bilkis. Yes, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, give big virtual applause for Pak Bambang Suharjito.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, okay, so this is the end of our webinar, and I will pass the floor to the master of ceremony. Bu Bilkis, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Rizky and Pak Jito. That was really marvelous presentation. Thank you very much. And finally, we come to the end of our webinar. And this is the last. I would like to inform you, sadly, that this is the last event of the webinar series that we have this year. So if you're wondering, when do I hear again from FKIP Universitas Jember, then you have to wait for next year for that, for the other webinar series that we are going to have. And also other speakers, and we would like to have Pak Willy again here, Pak Feng too, Mr. Feng as well, and Pak Agus as well, and Pak Jito perhaps in the future. Okay, and that's it, everyone. But before we are going to end the meeting, we would like to have a bit of what is it, taking picture, so that we know that you're here first. Wake up! Are you here?
I am still here with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bagus.
It's very nice to see you. Still here, sir. Please wait a
Yeah,
moment.
listening to Pak Bambang, insightful
Yeah,
ideas.
I am here, Pak.
Yes.
Wait a minute, Pak.
Okay.
Yeah, so sorry, Bapak Ibu, because I have to I am in the process of having an offline meeting, so that I have to wear the mask most of the time. So I have 8 pages here. So please give me 8 best smiles, the best smiles of you. The first smile, best of the best. 1, 2, 3, smile. Second one, love. Second one. Okay. The third one. What happens with the third one? They are black. The third one. Okay. The fourth one. The next one. The fifth one. Okay. The sixth one. I have some photos here. The second one. Last one, the 8th one, okay, and yeah. The last one, Bapak Ibu gave me the very best smiles of you. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Thank you very much, Bapak Ibu, for giving us your best smile. Back to you, Kak.
Okay. Thank you very much, Eka. So, Bapak Ibu, if you're wondering if you have been waiting for the attendance list, there it is. You can see in the chat box that you can click that, and it is valid only until 1 p.m. Jakarta time. So please make sure to fill in before that, because for any kinds of reasons, we cannot reopen that link after 1 p.m. So make sure that you fill it in now and do not delay for any seconds, because if you somehow for any kinds of reason you fill it out then later than 1 p.m, then we are very sorry that we cannot help you with that, Bapak Ibu. All right, then that's it. So this will be the end of our webinar series for this 2020, and hope that everything that we have done so far, if you have been following from the first event of our webinar, so we do hope that you can come to our next webinars in the future. And thank you again, and thank you, and thank you, and thank you very much for always being here. Pak Willy, Mr. Feng, Pak Agus, and Pak Jito, thank you very much, Bapak Ibu, and all of you who are attending here. Let's see each other and say goodbye to each other. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and goodbye. See you next year.
Thank you, Pak Willy, Pak Jito. Feng, thank you very much for being here. Pak Agus, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank
This
you.
is not the end. Yeah, Pak Willy, Feng, and Pak Agus.
Yes, we'll see you
we
next
do hope
year.
that next year we are going to again have all of you here in our webinar.
Is the beginning.
Yes, the end is the beginning. The right catchphrase for that.
So we will see you in 2022.
Yes.
Yes.
In Jogja.
Gabriel, stay in touch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye. Take care. Say
Then.
hello to your friend.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Chanto University.
Let's hope that everything, the pandemic is over.
And we can go around the world.
Yes, we can visit UNS perhaps, Pak Agus.
I think we ever met Pak Agus.